just me.
Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes! I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
God damn it.
Yeah!
It's back up, bitch. I'm a pop star. I'm a pop bad ones. If you wanna ride, hot Bugatti fame on. I ain't gotta try. Pack it up and move on. Hunter on the rise. Loading up a bow gun. You can see me in the streets with my rays on. I'd be like, dating ain't for me, but he's handsome. How do you see a couple guys at the same time? I've been trying to figure out the name of my star sign. I feel it in the beat like, wow. Do you wanna hang out? No. You can catch me at the basement show. Like a Malo when I say so. So I'm a pop star. I'm a pop bad ones. If you wanna ride, a Bugatti fame on. I ain't gotta try. Pack it up and move on. Hunter on the rise. Loading up a bow gun. I don't play guitar. Music on my PC. Hands above the bars. Good to be alive. 300 in the bag. Never trust no one. I be on the rise. Fire like napalm. You can watch me go to space, but you can't come. I be like living for the gram and the income. How do you know a thing about what it feels like? I've been out you looking this good with my hands tied. I'll take you there. I'll get my bag. I'll take your man. Watch this space, hun. OMG. Damn. I'm looking better in a lamb. You know my PPL is French. Talk to the hand. I'll rat you out and send your asses to Japan. I'm a pop star. I'm a pop bad ones. If you wanna ride, a Bugatti Veyron. I ain't gotta try. Pack it up and move on. Hunter on the rise. Loading up a bow gun. I don't play guitar. Music on my PC. Hands above the bars. Good to be alive. 300 in the bag. Never trust no one. I be on the rise. Fire like napalm.
to do?
I don't know.
What do you want to do?
You boys a bit bored? Snap into it! Snap into a Slim Jim! Tag to the spice! Big reducing face! Hey, nice! And deep! Snap into it! Need a little excitement? Snap into a Slim Jim!
Do it over, yeah.
Dick Holis.
P3CCA.
Your mustache is ugly, bro. Your mustache is ugly, bro. You ain't got any hoes. Your mustache is ugly, bro.
What you say about yourself is that you're marketable. What I hear about you is that you get no hoes. All the girls love me, cause I'm Becca with a 3. And I'm silly, and I'm witty, and I'm pretty like a Barbie. You flaunt it like you got it, but I think you're a fraud. You should go back to being the AirPod god. If you're out with a girl, she ain't got any standards. You think you're Magnum PI, but you're really Ned Flanders. I heard you sell coffee, and I think that's really fitting. Your teeth are really yellow, and you smell like you be shitting. You wrestle like it too. Sticking up the ring. I know I got you jealous with my hot girl bling and my hot girl swag and my hot G-string and my Gucci bag. I ain't gotta pop tags. Cleaning up your blood with my Versace rags. Cause I'm Becca with a 3. All the girls love me. Cause I'm silly and I'm witty and I'm pretty like a Barbie. Period.
Your mustache is ugly, bro. Your mustache is ugly, bro. You ain't got any hoes. Your mustache is ugly, bro.
What you say about yourself is that you're marketable. What I hear about you is that you get no hoes. All the girls love me, cause I'm Becca with a 3. And I'm silly and I'm witty, pretty like a Barbie.
Yeah. I'm gonna take your title. And I would take your girl, but you don't have one. You don't have any girls. And I would take your money. But you ain't got any of that either, so everyone go buy his coffee, cause he really needs the money. Dick Holis, stupid ass bitch, I'm gonna beat your ass.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Let me turn the loop off. Yeah. And I am your host, the infallible one, Phil Marks himself. Yeah. And we are here on another Wednesday. We made it. We made it, folks. It is Wednesday, the middle of the week. We survived a whole other week since the last time we hung out. Well, actually, we hung out on Saturday, and we also hung out on Monday. If you're a member, 99 cents, you get access to PWT member bonus shows on Mondays, which are always a good time and fun. And we watched Raw there last week, and it was awesome. And you guys called me a pussy, or maybe that was the last time. Either way, we had fun there. How you guys doing, man? It's Wednesday. We have a fun show today. We may have someone roll in today. No promises on that, though. It's a very last-minute thing. Someone may roll in, and that'll be really cool. Maybe more than one person to talk some AEW affairs here today. So, but we have a lot to get to today. Well, not even like an overabundance, just juicy stuff, to get to. As you guys can see, the folders, we've added some new folders as everyone files in. Oh, and make sure you guys go and follow Becca. Okay. I know I plugged the shit out of her music, but go and check out her album on Spotify. Go and subscribe to her channel and run the views up on her music videos, right? That would be awesome too. We have new WWE recruits. We have Charlotte Flair getting an unfair article written about her today. What else do we have? Tony Khan's finally holding production meetings. AEW's lawsuit with Jon Moxley is likely going to make them have to reveal who owns what, as far as percentage-wise, etc. in AEW, which is hilarious. It's hilarious. And then Vince McMahon was in a car crash. Okay, but I survived. I was told the whole car exploded, but then a wrestler murdered himself and his family, and now the tribute show is actually being held. No, I'm sorry. Is that too morbid? Too soon? Too soon? Fuck it, man. We got to laugh about this stuff. Vince McMahon, though, yeah, in a car crash. Everyone's okay. Thank God. All right. So we're going to get into that. There's a tsunami, right? Bronson Reed he body splashed off the Pacific, I think, or in Russia. And there's been tsunami warnings everywhere ever since. And yeah, so make sure you guys hit like, hit subscribe, follow me on Twitter, hit retweet, whatever. Dynamite's on tonight. We're going to watch that in like 45 minutes. We have some stuff to get to first, though. And yeah, so leave a comment, jump in chat, vote in the poll. Let me know if I'm cooking. Let me know if I suck. Consider becoming a member. You get access to bonus shows. And I have a Patreon as well. Consider supporting that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get into pretty much I cleaned out the bookmarks finally. Like actually, finally. I had memes in there from like the beginning of last year and stuff. So everything's been more or less cleaned out. And one of the things I did, chat, is I added a folder, because what I like to do is we would do miscellaneous news, and then during the miscellaneous news segment, what would happen is I would throw in these like retro throwback clips of stuff. And so I said, hey, why don't we just do a throwback segment? So ladies and gentlemen, I believe this is the second ever one. Let's travel back in time in our retro throwback segment. So Tori Wilson on what the WWF locker room is like when she first came in. Okay, and she says a lot of the ladies were standoffish. If you remember, she started in WCW, came in. Not all the women from WCW were fully brought in, though. Mighty Molly was, but that might have been before WCW even sold. Someone could probably specify the date on that for me. And then you had the likes of, Tori Wilson and Stacy Keibler, right? Miss Hancock or whatever her name was. They had the worst names in WCW. Major Guns, Huge Tits, the names were so bad. G.I. Bro and shit. Hugh Erection and all this shit. It's like, what the fuck? But anyways, Mike Oxbig, right? Like, what was next? What are you going to do? So, yeah, here's her on when the invasion went down, essentially, and Tori and Stacy, they were brought in more gracefully than, you're a part of the invasion, pal. Vince was like, I know, I'm dating you, and you're my hot secretary. Anyways.
Did the locker room take a liking to you right when you first came in, or?
Well, Trish, I had known Trish way before either one of us got into wrestling. We did a lot of fitness modeling together. She, when I was in WCW and she was still doing the fitness modeling thing, we had a shoot together, and I remember her telling me, oh my gosh, I just want to be in wrestling so bad. I was like, you do? I had no idea. And so I actually really fought for her to get hired at WCW. And so, we had a friendship, and of course at that time she was in WWE. So, her and I already had a relationship, but, Lita was very, standoffish. You kind of had to, eventually she warmed up, but, she had to prove herself to her.
Right.
And, same with Terry Reynolds. Like, a lot of the girls, really, I guess from their point of view, they're like, we've seen girls come and go for the.
Talk about, I guess, your past relationship with her as far as, like, doing the fitness shows and stuff.
Mm-hmm. I never competed with Trish. I don't think she ever competed, but we did a lot of some fitness modeling together. She was always the girl that, like, she was so good at being sexy. And, it's funny because in WWE, even though she's like,
well, we know that, pal. Now get on the ground and bark for me like a dog. Let me walk you around on this leash with my pants down. Well, this guy paints it.
so hot and sexy. She was like the more athletic one, and
It's really not funny, but
not the whole
it is.
sex pot thing. But I just remember watching her posing for the camera, going, "Gosh, she's so good and she's so beautiful and all this." And I really respected her for what she had done in the modeling world. But I just thought it was so funny because I had no idea that she was such a huge wrestling fan, and she was just trying so hard to get anywhere in wrestling.
Yeah, that's awesome. There you go. So Brad Garrett was the voice of Hulk Hogan on Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling. So I actually didn't know that, but this was posted the other day. The 1980s animated series Hulk Hogan Rockin' Wrestling was a critical component in the WWF's mainstream expansion and the Hulkamania boom, brother. Airing on CBS from 85 to 86, the Saturday morning cartoon was a cornerstone of the Rockin' Wrestling Connection era. The show introduced Hulk Hogan and other WWF stars like Roddy Piper and Andre the Giant to a younger audience, transforming them into real-life superheroes, dude, for a generation of children. The cartoon's popularity was instrumental in driving merchandise and ticket sales, helping to make WrestleMania a household name. The voice of the animated Hulk Hogan was provided by actor Brad Garrett, who starred in Everybody Loves Raymond. He got his spin-off show there that kind of flopped. He was so good as the host of the Cheech and Chong Celebrity Roast that I believe TBS aired when they used to do their, or maybe they still do it. I honestly don't know. The only thing I watch on TBS is AEW and Big Bang Theory before AEW comes on. So they used to do the thing years ago, like 20 years ago, when it was like, TBS is funny or whatever. So I don't know if they still do that, but they did their own roast. It was called like Cheech and Chong Roasted or whatever. There's a lot of good people on there. Ralphie May. Who else? I don't know. I'd have to watch it again. I've seen so many of these roasts, but Brad Garrett hosted that one. He was fucking hilarious in it as well. He handles a heckler really well in it too. So here's some highlights of an Intercontinental title match between Randy Savage and Ricky Steamboat.
Whoa, nice duck underneath. Look out. Roll right through the legs. Beautiful. Deep. Andre retain his title and maybe not win the match, but certainly. Oh, look at these moves by the Jazz. Form. He's going to beat the Macho Man. Shoves him off quickly, drops down in front. Look out.
You're ruining the business, pal.
Beat him that way, Dragon. Here the other. Look out. Nice reversal. Watch out below. High cross body of beauty.
Well, the Young Bucks in their time, Macho Man in their time, where the same things were said about the Young Bucks. Yeah, but just compare. These guys drew. That's the difference, right? So there's a big factor. Like the guys who, when the Midnight Express or whatever the fuck was being compared to whoever, and then Shawn Michaels was being compared to the Rock and Roll and the fucking, you guys know what I mean? You always get compared to people from the generation before. The common factor is they all drew. Okay? The Bucks drew for a period of time in the 2010s for sure. But it was a flash. It was a brief period, and it was also a time where a lot of people were leaving WWE and shit like that. And New Japan was picking up because of the internet and stuff like that. Like people were able to share it around more. So this big wave happened, And I'm not diminishing. They got in Hot Topic and all that shit. That's really crazy, but there's a reason they're not anymore. And when you walk into a fucking Hot Topic, there's all WWE shit, wall to wall, because that's what happens. And again, I'm not trying to shit on, if you're a fan of AEW or whatever, the Bucks. I once was as well, you know? And I even said last show, we're going to make the Young Bucks great again. But when you look at the style of wrestling, that's one thing, right? And like the speed and the pace of it and the moves. Because obviously it is a level of suspending your disbelief, but it's more than that. It's that they do the same shit all the time. Like a guy, like let's say an Ospreay or a Bucks or whatever. We're about to watch Dynamite tonight. We're going to see the same type of match where some guy gives someone else way too much than they should. They have been doing, like last week they had a good TV match there for Adam Page where he just got a quick win, but he still gave the guy a lot, but it wasn't like too bad. You know, but then they get to like one of these tag or trios matches and then they go 32 minutes and it's like, what the fuck? But the point I'm making, the greater point I'm making is that the Bucks, when they were on TV and shit, they didn't draw. So like when Steamboat and Macho Man were on TV and shit, they drew. You know, and you could just say that was because of Hogan. But I just don't. I'm not willing to believe that. Macho Man was so fucking popular, dude.
Unloading combination here. Yes.
So was Steamboat. That's the thing with Steamboat. Listen to these people going crazy for Steamboat. When's the last time you heard anybody yell this loud? Any woman yell this loud at an AEW show ever?
Got both legs hooked. Oh.
Or even some of these modern WWE shows. Like we're not. Here's the thing. We've had some great pops in WWE recently. You know? We don't need to watch this whole thing. You guys know, but it's good to go down memory lane. You know, I was watching WrestleMania 4 the other day. But we've had some great pops in WWE recently. Like, just being real about it. Some legendary moments. Speaking of legendary moments, here's when Ken Shamrock fought, work shoot brothered, an Ultimate Rules style match against Vader. Okay, in FMW. Frontier Martial Arts. What's so funny is that they ended up booking Brawl for All, and Vince McMahon let Vince Russo Barreau talk him into doing Brawl for All instead of just letting Vader and Shamrock go and do this on WWE TV. Like, how legit would have this looked? Like, they had Shamrock and Owen Hart doing like the Lion's Pit and the dungeon matches. They should have just had like Owen go against Severn in round 1, and then Vader, Shamrock in round 1, and then the two winners face each other, or however you book it, right? But they completely fucked that up, and instead they did Brawl for All, bro. Brawl for All, bro. I invented Bart Gunn. I invented Butterbean, bro. But yeah, this is like what Moxley thinks he's doing, you know? Hell yeah, man. I mark out for old shit like that. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was our retro segment, our throwback segment, a little mix of both. I don't quite know what to title it yet. The title's a work in progress. It is. Yeah, that was awesome. So I'm going to flip over to we do have miscellaneous news, okay? Which we're going to get into. Some of it pertains to Hulk Hogan. All right. So I'm sorry if that makes you guys sad, but it is what it is. Vader called himself that after his last match in WWE. Lincoln, I don't think that was Macho Man. Pretty sure that was Hogan. Savage's move where he grabs the guy's head, runs and jumps over the rope and snaps his neck on the rope still amazes me. Yeah, why doesn't anybody bite that? It's weird nobody's like copied that, you know? Match was a switch thrower, which is why he didn't make it in baseball. Oh, you're talking about like Macho Man, yeah, playing baseball. Okay. Arthur Jennings became a new member. Guys, so yeah, hit like, hit subscribe, hit retweet or whatever. Come leave a comment. All that YouTube shit. And vote in the poll. Who do you think owns a chunk of AEW? And who do you think it'll be revealed owns a chunk of AEW? And guys, you can become a member for 99 cents. And you get access to my bonus shows. You can super chat in. You can tell me go fuck myself, hit dislike, any of that stuff. Come vote in the poll, though. If you're on X, I implore you, come subscribe to my channel. I drop shit like every day. Okay, let's get into the next. I see in chat, has anyone watched Unreal? Yeah, we're going to talk about Unreal. Speaking of Unreal, a legend. Hulk Hogan did pass away. Now, we're not going to get too terribly sad. This is sort of after all the, you know, the emotions have cooled down and whatnot. But we are going to do a miscellaneous news here, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
And I'm not being ironic or an asshole there. That's just the drop for miscellaneous news. So Ariel Helwani talked to Ric Flair about the passing of Hulk Hogan. So let's take a listen here.
You know, we all happened to see that video of you on TMZ on Thursday. I think you had just found out.
And there's been so many like Hulk Hogan tribute shows and shit, like on YouTube and on even WWE has paid homage to him on Raw, SmackDown, NXT. I think they're going to on SummerSlam as well. I don't see how you don't, and highlight some of his SummerSlam moments or whatever. But yeah, just I can't get enough of it, you know, just seeing all the old footage and just like people bringing up like some of his bullshit and just some of the moments that like go overlooked because he has so many, you know, like no one's talking about Mr. America. That was like a huge thing, okay, for me. Because I was growing up watching that. I'm like, what the fuck? Is it really Hogan? You know, Hogan's on the screen. But then Mr. America comes down to the ring, and I'm dumb because I'm a kid. I'm like, what? See? He's not there. He's not even in the building.
See, you were dealing with the emotions. But can I ask, how are you doing a few days later as the reality has sunk in?
I'm doing much better, but it's I had just talked to Jimmy Hart the day before.
What, is he in like an airport bar or something and not even being an ass? Rick, what are you doing?
And I didn't actually speak with Hulk, but everything was fine. I knew that he had health issues, but I thought that they were being embellished by that radio disc jockey, Bubba. And so I talked to Jimmy. I talked to Vo, his friend Vo, and he seemed to be fine. But I think that I think he just got tired. I mean, 11 back operations, hip replacements, now a neck surgery. I mean, how much can your body take? You know, I mean, we've all put ourselves in, you know, in a ridiculous positions in the business. But I mean, here I am. I'm 5 years older than Hulk, and I don't hurt at all. I've had some serious health issues, but I don't have an ache or pain in my body, and it bothers me. And of course, it gives me anxiety that I could be next. So I'm glad anytime I can talk about how great Hulk is and spend time talking about his life, his legacy with you guys. I'm honored. Thank you.
Yeah, Flair staying classy about it. And yeah, it's good to see. And it's unfortunate, yeah, when Flair's like, I could be next. And that's where I don't give him hate. because I said to people, I'm like, man, let Flair. I said it on the show. I'm like, let Flair do what he wants to do. He's hanging out with pretty ladies at the bar at 2 p.m. Like, what else is he gonna do? People are like, at 80. It's like, man, how many have died, man? You can look up the stats. It's like 20+% of wrestlers die before the age of like whatever 50 or whatever the fuck it is. Maybe that's too low. I just was seeing stuff like this again. I've been watching a bunch of like old Hulk Hogan content and people talking about his death and stuff like that. So it's 30% of stats are made up on the spot. Just 30%, Brian. But yeah, it's some crazy number where it's good that wrestlers are not as steroided up. And I know the old days, brother, we all miss the old days. And a lot of people clown on wrestlers for being soy and chronically online and shit like that. But I mean, man, that's how they grew up. And that's better than them getting fucking pilled out of their brains or needing 21 surgeries. Like, everybody's speculating on what happened to Hogan. I'm going to tell you guys, he's 70 and he's had, I think he said 21 surgeries. And just went in for another one. And this is the one that did him. Dude, it's like the fact wrestlers, think about this realistically. The fact wrestlers get on planes every other day. And more wrestlers don't die in plane crashes are fucking miracles. When you do something like surgery's dangerous for anybody. When you have a bunch of major surgeries and you're 70, that's it. Just it's unfortunate that it's like the one that got to him. Like you increase the chance of cardiac arrest and shit with every surgery and shit. And again, I'm not a doctor. I'm not. I don't. Someone could call me out on whatever I'm talking about, but I believe I'm pretty accurate on that. When you go under the knife that many times, dude, it increases the risk of all that stuff. I'm getting anxiety talking about it a little bit, to be honest, dude, because it's stressful. Because it's just like, man, let the man rest. We got Linda Hogan already with quotes that people are running with, and it's like, god damn, man. But yeah, so here is he was a tough man. He survived all these surgeries, right? Sensei segue over here. Here's Kevin Nash talking about how tough Hogan was as a man. Just in general, and how he could shoot, brother. He shot in Japan, dude.
How many fucking guys that play bass that fucking get talked into their buddies to get into wrestling go down and get their fucking leg busted
by Hero
and show back up?
Right.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Hogan legit did get his leg busted in the dojo, dude, and then he did come back. Like, that's a shoot, right? Like, I'm pretty sure because people didn't like him, so that story's come from, oh yeah, he broke his leg and shit. Am I wrong about that as well? Someone could correct me, but Kevin Nash is like, no, that was a shoot, dude. And I always thought that was one of the legit stories that Hogan's told over the years, because other people told it. It wasn't Hogan who had to tell that one, But anyways, Kevin Nash talking about his friend.
Like, everybody else on earth would be like, man, fuck this shit.
Yeah, dude.
So look at the origin of where Terry started.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
he's got, fuck, man. When I saw fucking X-rays of the fucking metal he had in his back, and it looked like somebody had fucking twisted it in the screw. I mean, his back was so fucked up for so many years, and he dropped that fucking leg a lot of nights, twice a night. And he was a big old motherfucker. And you look back at those pictures of when he used to drop that leg, and his fucking ass is about top rope height, So
Right.
he's dropping that fucking.
Yeah, he was a big dude, man. He shrunk down the back and neck. And that's the other thing, too. A lot of people are like, oh, he just lied about, like, wrestlers lie about their height. He was never. Now, I don't know if they said Hogan was like 6'9" and shit, but he was like a legit 6'7". But when you have back, neck, and hip pains and shoulder shit as well, which is all the stuff he had with shoulder, back, hip, you shrink, man. And neck injuries and shit, you shrink. It happens to football players all the time. It happens to people as they get older, naturally. And he was still a big dude. He was still a big dude, Jack. So, just remembering the Hulkster, dude. Here's what Ric Flair has to say about his Mount Rushmore. There's a lot of Mount Rushmore talk. And I didn't put this in AEW because it feels weird. I know Flair's paid by Tony Khan, but it feels weird putting this in AEW news because none of this has anything to do with AEW, let's be honest. But Flair names who he thinks the biggest stars are in pro wrestling. I say it's got to be Hogan, Cena, Stone Cold as far as pro wrestling. And then if you want to go from there, maybe you'd have to say NWO, which is Hogan again. So if we're not doing groups, maybe Rock because he got so famous, or Flair because they transcended pop culture, probably Flair,
When you were seeing him, sell out the Garden and WrestleMania 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, SNL, Sports Illustrated, everyone who's in the business is saying you're the best wrestler, but maybe he's at the time the most known because of this type of exposure.
Absolutely.
How would you describe how you felt about him?
I have no problem giving that up. He is,
that's what I've always loved too, is that Flair has always said Hogan's the GOAT, and Hogan always says Flair's the GOAT.
Discussion that I would have with anybody, the two biggest stars, and Hulk came first, but Steve came second, were Hulk Hogan and Steve Austin. And right now, we're talking about Hulk Hogan, so the biggest star in the business is Hulk Hogan.
How did you feel about that? Because you're doing your thing and you're competing against him, right? So would you say...
And look at what Flair's talking about right now. Who are we talking about right now at this moment? Hulkster. Biggest star in the business. That just proves it right there. No Meltzer stars can change that, right?
It's a friendly rivalry, early 80s Ric Flair, prime of your life. How are you feeling about all the attention that he's getting?
I'm happy for him. But I took so much pride in being the NWA champion because that was a special deal. I mean, I never made a mistake of knocking the WWE, and that's why I've always had a good relationship with Vince and all that. A lot of guys did, but I wasn't jealous of Hulk at all because I was the NWA world champion, and at one time the NWA was, we're talking Buddy Rogers, Lou Thesz, Gene Kiniski, Dory Funk Jr., Terry Funk, Harley Race. I mean, that's a very select crew of people, and Ric Flair was right there in the middle of it.
Hell yeah. Stay classy in defeat there, Flair. Speaking of defeat, here is a guy showing off his socks who got to hang out at Hulk Hogan's house and partied with Nick Hogan and his wife at the beach bar. And I don't know if this is posthumous. I believe this was before, right? But they're just posting hey, they're sad that Hogan passed. And this dude's like, hey, maybe I should have put this in the Wacko segment. I don't know. I just enjoyed this.
We're gonna have some good time.
Can't play this music, but yeah. Someone pour me up another shot of whiskey. Me and Jack Daniels got a history. Someone pour me up another shot. Tonight we're gonna have ourselves a real good time. I feel alive in the world. Turn it inside out. Yeah, okay. Just an excuse for me to sing, pretty much. That's cool. Check me out. So Linda Hogan breaks her silence on Hulk Hogan's death. Breaks her silence, brother. It's been one fucking day, it feels like. Dude, what are you talking about? You shouldn't be saying anything. I'm going to stay classy because, listen, this is the mother. She's the mother, brother, of some of his children and stuff like that. I know they're adults and everything. But we've seen her recently, not that long ago, being like, he's selfish and he doesn't, and it's just the money. And you're probably all wondering why I'm talking about the money, but I'm just letting, she's smoking cigarettes, freaking out. I'm just talking about his money and shit. So he's married to that new girl, all that sort of shit, right? And at the time, man, she run him fucking dry. I think Opie and Anthony covered it, but there's this scene on like Hogan Knows Best in one of the seasons where they're like on a boat, and this boat goes through the back, like this canal or whatever the fuck, or ocean. I don't understand how it's set up. Like maybe it's an artificial lake or something, but like Hogan divorced Linda, moves down the block, brother, and he rides his boat, and it goes to like the backyard of his old house that Linda lives in with his old dogs. And Brooke is like, this was on the reality show, and she's like, oh, Dad, can we just zip by there? Like the dogs are over there. Can you zip by? And Hogan sees the yard and everything, and he breaks down crying, and he's like, I can't go over there, dude. I can't go over there, Jack. I'm not supposed to be around her, brother, And it was so fucking sad. It was just, I just remember that like breaking my heart, and it broke his heart. And then, I don't know, just she's piping in, breaks her silence. What's silence? She didn't even wait. And then she writes this thing, you were my man. I'm melting down now. It's very sad. I love you, Hulkster. You were my man, the only man for me, R.I.P. I loved Hulkster more than he loved me. It hurt when he cheated. I never got over him or started a real relationship with anyone. Ugh, man. Bruh. Yeah, you were busy. Oh, I'm going to try and stay classy. You dated your daughter's friends and shit. Okay? And you were partying with them. Okay? I'm trying to stay classy here, San Diego. Right? And there's stories out there about what went down, and I'm not saying the extremities of those stories are accurate, but come on. I never started a real relationship with anyone. Yeah, because no one took you serious. I missed him. And you're calling him Hulkster, and you're just bringing up, again, like you made it about yourself the same way with when he got married and you were crying and you were like, and you bring up his money, and then you even bring up like, and you guys are probably wondering why I'm bringing up his money, and it's not about money, but it's like, and then now you're doing this like, I never started a real relationship with anyone after him. I loved him more than he loved me. This sort of thing. I don't know. Is that not gross? I just got the heebie-jeebies when I read that earlier today. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want to hear me mark out and talk about like pop culture, YouTube drama, review movies, do top 10 lists, like nerd culture shit, go and subscribe to youtube.com/@PhilMarksOut. That was miscellaneous news, ladies and gentlemen. Hulk Hogan focused.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's I'll leave that pulled up. I'm gonna check in with chat. George Capture has been a member for 15 months and says, wow, look at me now.
Acknowledge me.
15 goddamn months. That is absolutely crazy. Round of applause for all the members, guys. Become a member, get access to Monday bonus shows. It's 99 cents, and I don't pretend to like give you guys news or fake news or anything like that. You know what I mean? Fat Factor for 5 says Tony Khan has production meetings. We're about to get into that. In the same way, I'm assuming you meant to put there that Osama bin Laden held peace talks. Whoa. Hashtag flutes for Meltzer. Hashtag muzzle the Meltzer. Muzzle him. Don't muzzle him. Let him talk, okay? Because then it's just more content. It's more funny shit to laugh at, But definitely flutes up for him, Someone put a tweet out there. They're like, name some part of wrestling lore about yourself. And I quote tweeted, I was like, I made Dave Meltzer synonymous with an emoji. Pretty crazy. Okay, let's get into we have other news to get to. And that was very Hulk Hogan focused news. I don't think there's much more of that throughout the evening, but there might be one that slips in if any wrestlers said anything that I found compelling. Okay, what do we want to do next? Chat, what segment? Guys, we don't have like a Sicko segment tonight. We'll save one for Sicko Saturday, but we'll just head into the Sicko folder quickly, and I just want to play you a preview of my friend's video, and I implore you all to go check it out as well. Here's Alfred Kunawa at This Is Nasty. Here's a preview, a trailer of his Sicko Wars, basically just WWE going head-to-head with AEW, and it triggered people. This video triggered people, so I put it in there. Sorry if I hit the drop twice. And here's check out my friend at Pro Wrestling Bits, Alfred Kunawa. I'm going to try and get him back on the show here soon. Maybe not for a SummerSlam preview, but soon thereafter. Okay, and I have some other interesting guests coming on. I can't wait. And yeah, I'm going to bring some fun interviews for you guys and mix it up a little bit. But yeah, here is Alfred Kunawa, just a little quick trailer of his video you guys should check out.
All right, Arlington lands a big wrestling show at the home of the Texas Rangers. All Elite Wrestling announced today it's going to be hosting the annual All-In pay-per-view event at Globe Life Field next year. It'll be on July 12th.
WWE returns to Atlanta July 12th for Saturday night's main event at State Farm Arena. It doesn't get much bigger than this.
WWE might be holding Evolution 2 in Atlanta, Georgia, the same weekend as Saturday night's main event.
Right, so WWE now has a show the day before, the night before, the day of, and the day after.
And it's just, they do it because that's what they do. I get it. It's history. This is what we do with competition.
See, so it's just, he just contrasts like what it was like then versus what it was like now. And in other Sicko news, I don't know if I have this in WWE news or not, but I see chat kind of rumbling about it. So Joey Swole, okay, he put up this post about, I was a Hulkamaniac, brother. And he's dressed up as Hulk Hogan in the full gear, and he's working out. And then a bunch of these pussies went under his replies because he's super famous. So you have millions of people who follow you, I'm assuming, right, across all of his socials and video platforms. I think he's in the millions and millions. And he, he gets talked down to. No, you're not allowed to do or think this thing. Oh, we're going to cancel you and all this shit, right? And so all these idiots fucking flock under his stuff. He backs down to them. He apologizes for being a Hulkamaniac, dude. And so what happens is he apologizes. And then what happens is what happened with Chelsea Green, which we've chronicled on this show. Joey Swole gets attacked by a bunch of fucking wackos as well, or just other people being like, no, you back down. You're a pussy and all this stuff. And, I mean, yeah, does he deserve it? No, I don't think like 90% of the people who get online hate fucking deserve it. With that being said, should he have just ignored it? Should he have just been a Hulkamaniac brother and owned it? Yes. You don't apologize to fucking fragile, mentally ill people who think they can control you online. Okay? That's fucking dumb. You don't do that, okay? But should he be getting shit on? Like, everyone's, like, calling him a pussy. Like, everyone's dogpiling. I mean, you have millions of followers that, again, just tune it out, dude. And he'll bounce back. He's just got to... You can't apologize and then apologize for apologizing, though. You guys know what I mean? You can't do apologizeception, all right? You just end up, it just is, you poke both your eyes out doing that, right? So, yeah, that, ladies and gentlemen, I guess, was our Sicko segment. So let's head on over to TNA news, okay? So So according to Fightful, Jake Something's TNA contract runs through until the summer of 2026. You gotta think WWE's gonna try and scoop this guy up. Unfortunately, they're not grabbing Hammerstone after that fucking botched finish on Cross or whatever, but I think Hammerstone and Something teaming up and being in a faction with like a Seth would do wonders for them. Whereas like Heyman and Braun and Bronson together is like a better group than with Seth in it. You know, Seth not being in it almost makes it better. But yeah, shout out Jake Something and shout out Fightful there for breaking that news. Here's JC Jane. They just posted a pic. In every folder, I'm gonna just like rotate out a pic, like a, you know, just something to keep in there, just to look at. And so this is it right here. Look at them just draped in gold. This picture goes hard as fuck, let's be honest. And JC Jane said, best decision he's ever made. And Carlos Silva standing with the TNA champs. You're a sellout. You goddamn sellout? No. They're making big moves, and they are going to get a TV deal, and it'll be all good. So speaking of big moves, man, here's a Jim Cornette synced. Now, the longer ones of these, I'm going to watch with you guys over on Patreon, okay, or maybe during a run-in, or if there's just nothing to do, we'll watch these. But when it's quick 2-minute ones like this, I'm going to throw them in. I'm going to start throwing them in, and shout out the person who makes these. This was posted by Jalen Jeong Park. I'm not sure who like edits these, but these are amazing. And shout out Travis Heckle with the art, friend of the show. But here is the watch along. Jim Cornette synced. It's 2 minutes. Okay. And it's him watching the Top Dollar, him reacting to, and I didn't watch this previously. Yeah, YouTube, Jalen J. Park. Everyone go and subscribe. And this is him reacting to Top Dollar's off the top ladder botch recently at SummerSlam. And the moonsault spot, which is fucking hilarious. So again, for those of you who don't know, it was the funniest thing ever. We watched it here live. I was dying laughing. I couldn't contain myself. He does this brilliant moonsault, right, off this ladder and sort of like redeems the Flop Dollar moniker. And then immediately after, he gets pushed off the ladder to the outside and his legs go through the rung. And just watch it. You guys should be able to see it. Shout out TNA. And shout out Jalen J. Park and the Jim Cornette Experience / drive-thru.
The ladder, and you know how big and corpulent and fucking disconnected his body parts look. Anyway, he's gangly and awkward, and he's like, what, 6'6", and he's 300 pounds or whatever the fuck he is. And
he just gangly and shit, is he? I think he's just a fucking big dude, man. That's so funny. Cornette goes so hard.
Looks unnaturally large for a middle-aged soccer dad. And he thinks he's athletic, and that's where somebody has to intervene for his own safety. The ladder is tipping over, and suddenly at the tipping point, he jumps like he's trying to broad jump something. Some invisible hurdle that he's clearing in midair, and he came down feet first toward the ladder.
It's true. Like he wanted his feet to clear the ropes. Like I think I understand. Like from his perspective, I think he's like, shit. I have big ass feet. They can't clip the top rope. That could be I could like hit the apron or something disastrous. Now, thank God he was okay. He could have snapped both legs. Could have blown a testicle or something. But yeah, you got to fall on your side. Whatever. I've never wrestled. So what am I fucking, besides like in the backyard feds or whatever. So what am I going to fucking say? But you got to fall like on the side and look at his face right there. You can just see like that hurt like a motherfucker.
But the ladder is just rungs. There's holes in it. So both of his legs went through the goddamn ladder and he crotched himself on one of the rungs, which I think his legs caught him somehow, so it's not like he neutered himself, but the thing bent and collapsed. He could have broken both his legs. His legs were stuck in the fucking ladder. And it looked like he was jumping off a bridge trying to commit suicide. It was the most Well, obvious thing.
The
right?
way Jim just says such obscene shit as like a matter of fact, it's just so fucking funny. He just says it so matter of factly.
Like
Oh,
I'm
dude.
going
Just the goat at this shit.
to jump as far as I can now. But then apparently the match went on. And the second clip, he's on the ladder in the ring. And
No, I think Jim has it backwards, right? So he did the moonsault. So this is what's so it makes it funnier. Jim has it backwards, which is fine. But he did the moonsault, which rectified the flop dollar shit, and then the ladder thing right after just erased the karmaic balance of like you're no longer flop dollar. Oh, yeah, you are again. You know, at least in the eyes of the IWC at large.
4 other guys behind him. And he does a moonsault off the ladder and misses all 4 fucking guys. And it just, somebody, for his own safety, needs to sit him down and say, look, dude.
And like, why does no one catch anyone in TNA? That's my biggest criticism. Mustafa Ali, Leon Slater, and now Top Dollar. Like, no one catches anyone, dude.
Phil, you can't do this shit. You're either going to kill yourself or you're going to land on somebody and kill them.
He wins. Oh, good Lord. Oh, first class room.
Oh, man. Cornette just cooking there. So, AJ Styles says that he does hope to have another TNA match. I bet at Bound for Glory we get it. He says, I hope there's something special as far as a match in TNA goes, but I can't promise that. I can't promise you tomorrow or what's going to happen, but I can tell you this. I was very excited. Even I have the butterflies tonight at Slammiversary. Yeah, so BFG, the same way it was like, you don't want to miss. I would not want to miss BFG the way they were hyping it as like, that's our mania and shit. I think you get an AJ Styles match. He even said, too, in the ring, he's like, oh, more on that match later. But then he didn't follow up because he can't stooge what the early talks are, right? Like, we're still hoping AJ doesn't, like, fuck himself up at SummerSlam before we lock him into Bound for Glory. You know, this ain't the Indies. He ain't booking himself 6 months out. You guys watched Unreal. You know how it works. We all know how the business works now, pal. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA News. Okay. Let me check in with chat here. Lincoln Hawk gifted 5 Pro Wrestle Clips memberships. Come on down. So now 5 people get access to Monday bonus shows. So shout out Lincoln Hawk, the top mod of the Discord. And yeah, you guys can gift memberships as well. That's a nice thing you can do for other people. Thank you so much for that. A Lifetime of Wrestling for $2.79 says, a small token of my appreciation. Keep it up, Phil. Dude, thank you.
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
I will keep it up. You keep keeping it up, and thank you. And make sure you hit like, you son of a bitch. No, thanks for being here. I'll acknowledge you all at the end. Okay, but I appreciate you very, very, very much. Thank you. Fat Factor for 5 says, I think Flop Dollar. Pardon me, jeepers. I think Flop Dollar was trying to take a header off the falls like Rusty Irish in The Sopranos. Oh, man. Yeah, he was trying to clear his feet. Okay? As a fellow big dude, you got big feet. You're like, fuck, you might catch your toes. And I think he was thinking that, but like, it's almost, you want to fall sideways. And he's so tall that even if his toes clipped, I think he was so high up. And that's what Jim described so funnily, if that's the word. Just his description of like he's jumping over an invisible hurdle, because that was it. Like his feet were already cleared. You look at KC, and KC just went sideways, flopped through his ladder, you know, because he realized how high he was, and maybe just the perspective was different. But yeah, he definitely took a scary drop there. 626 has been a member for 4 months. The infamous 626 is here. Hit my music. I don't know. That's the only music I had. It's either that or the Halloween theme, you goddamn creep. I acknowledge the PWT universe. Thank you guys for super chatting in or becoming members. Me. And let's move along throughout the show here. Throughout what we have planned as AEW Dynamite commences, okay? And I am actually just sharing my live stream really quick one more time. I'm just retweeting my actual stream itself, folks, if you don't mind doing the same there. If you're over on X, thank you all so much. Okay, and so we are going to get into, as AEW commences, we're going to get into some AEW news. Let me hydrate, though, okay? I got some water going. I have a soda water cooling off. Okay, and I have some iced coffee here. And we're going to get into some AEW news. We have another tournament, of course. Because why wouldn't there be a tournament in AEW? Outrunners versus the Young Bucks, and FTR advanced in the tournament before we even knew all of the entrants in the tournament. And then again, AEW World Championship, everyone banned from ringside, Hangman versus Moxley. Why would Moxley and those goofs care if everyone's banned from ringside? That's the whole point of their shit. The authorities can't do shit to us. We run this stuff. So how much do you guys want to bet that somebody interferes in this match? Quite interesting how Tony Khan is also starting the show off with a video package of fucking Danielson and Moxley and Hangman and all this shit and Darby Allin. Quite interesting. So, ladies and gentlemen, Ichi ni Sanda for AEW news. So it's quite interesting that Tony Khan's starting this Dynamite off with like an epic promo package as they hype up a match we've seen a million times over and over in Adam Page and Jon Moxley, and the fact that we've seen Adam Page and Jon Moxley fight multiple times already and everyone's barred from ringside, but nobody cares about that. Jon Moxley doesn't give a shit about that whatsoever. It makes no sense for his character to care. Him and his crew don't give a shit about any of that. So why would them being barred from ringside matter? But I do love that they're starting it with an epic feud vignette promo package thing here where we can enjoy this in more of a television Hollywood style manner. Tony Khan's finally waking up a little bit, 6 years too late. And Phil Marks was right. I never get tired of saying it. So speaking of being right and not giving a shit, Warner Bros. Will be named Warner Bros. Again. Warner Bros. Discovery is splitting half into Warner Bros. Streaming and movie studio assets and Discovery Global for cable networks. This could be incredibly alarming for Tony Khan and AEW. It's crazy that this is all sort of coming to a head at the same time. Now, what do you mean by that, Phil? Well, Tony has to reveal sooner or later who owns what in this company. AEW is not a part of any of the talks of where do they land, or their logo's not a part of any of this WBD or I guess Warner Bros. And now Discovery Global shit. They have $40 billion of toxic debt that Warner Bros. Is sort of skirting off into this other company, which is like borderline illegal. And, what gets axed, what gets sold, what gets shopped around, what doesn't see the light of day again. This is all like sort of up in the air. We know that like DC is like James Gunn are going to keep doing their thing. Other than that, like even some of the sports are up in the air. Like they even said, Zaslav said, sports isn't a driver. Everyone wants to say, well, AEW is considered a sport, but it's not listed anywhere. You have to like physically search it and then it'll come up under sports on the app or whatever, but it's not just listed there and all this bullshit. So it's like, do they even consider it a sport? What's going on? I don't know. As the great Lex Luger would say, live. Well, shit, we're live, pal. Can I redo that? No,
I don't know.
And it's like all this shit's up in the air. Where does AEW lie? Unless Warner owns a cut of it or Tony's funding all this, or who knows if he's been giving some of these wrestlers like, well, I'll give you 2% of the company and $4 million. Sign with me for 8 years. Like, we don't know the ins and outs entirely of all this stuff, right? Now, I think I have people who I think would have come to me and been like, Phil, they don't like these wrestlers. I floated that out there, and I think people would be able to tell me, some folks who've been pretty spot on, I think, about salaries and, people who know these things. I think they would be able to tell me like, yes, this person maybe owns a stake in it or whatever. And I've never heard that. That's just the thing that I speculate upon could happen. Like, would you be shocked if Chris Jericho owns a chunk, or if all of the elite were given 2% at the start of it or something like that? Would it shock you if it came out Cody Rhodes owned like 2% of AEW or was forced to sell it back to Tony Khan? Like, would that any of that shock you guys? I wouldn't be shocked at all if we discover some shit like that. And that's all because of this Moxley lawsuit. And it's coming at a time where all this shit's up in the air and the ratings are bad. And, they're doing these smaller venues, and Meltzer's talked all this shit, and AEW's TV deal will be up sooner than later, right? They signed like a 3-year deal. 3 years in quote unquote sports is just, that's nothing. That's like a blink. It's like a fart in the wind amount of time. So is he going to keep getting these 3-year deals? Right? I just don't understand how that's going to work out. And AEW might change. The way we know and consume AEW might change entirely if Tony doesn't fix things. And I think a lot of stuff is starting to come to light as far as like with the injuries and their poor medical, their lack of medical, their laughable, literal, serious people, okay, in the pro wrestling business and adjacent, scoff and laugh at the idea of their medical even being serious. And this guy's suing for a medical thing. We're going to talk about it in a bit. I'm not expertly proficient in the legal jargon in that, but essentially I believe what happened was they don't have, if Tony Khan doesn't basically reveal who the owners are of AEW, then he has to, then his shit goes to like a state court or something. I don't even know. I'm not good with all of that. I'm not my cousin Vinny over here. I'm over here now. Actually, it's more like Joe Pesci. Let me ask you a question about AEW. But yeah, so it's interesting to say the least. But I mean, I told y'all this was coming. I also told y'all the success of Superman would be a large factor, or like what they project the DCU can do. And I mean, by all metrics, I think it's made like $500 million. I want to say domestic or something. It's like the highest grossing solo Superman standalone film domestically ever. So internationally, it's maybe not doing so good, but if that's any indicator, like, okay, they can, then they can do a Batman movie that likely internationally will do a lot better than Superman or whatever the fuck. And it will at least, that's all. They're gauging things right now, but I think it's looking good. It's looking up in that department. But yeah, what Warner Bros. Is doing is all this sketchy shit, and the way Tony handles his business. Like, why are they scratching and clawing not to have ownership leak out there? Why don't they? Well, it's a private business. Yeah, so you all on Twitter and all this shit, all you dirt sheets, all you guys want to know is everyone's private business. So you think you would all be drooling, frothing at the mouth, but instead you're all trying to protect AEW too. And if we catch Dave Meltzer owning 3%, no, I don't think that's actually true. Honestly, I think he just loves it. Like it's his artistic vision, and he gets to pitch Tony Khan ideas and who to push and shit. And so that's what he cherishes more than like even owning some of it. I firmly believe that. But could you imagine we get like Dusty Dave Meltzer? We find out like he was like selling off his shares before they put out who owned it and shit like that before this lawsuit. Could you imagine if they got caught up in some scandal like that? That shit would be fucking hilarious, man. Oh, dude, I would die laughing. But yeah, I don't know, man. We're harping on this quite a bit tonight because it's it's something that it's all seemingly coming to a head or coming to a pass, like all at the same time here, where we're going to find out a bunch of stuff about AEW and we might consume it in a different way entirely. It might go entirely to streaming. It might be that Tony Khan just pays for all the TV shit himself. Like, we don't know. It's going to be some kooky shit, and that's why AEW doesn't want, like, Tony Khan doesn't want anyone to know. I doubt it'll be as shocking, though. It's not going to be like, oh my god, like meltdown, but it's going to be like we're going to find out that they're just losing shitloads of money, and Dave's going to get egg on his face one way or the other, which is what I'm here for, Eric. So Thunder Rosa has announced that she is taking some time off from AEW. And I love Thunder, but I quote tweeted this. I was like, LOL, what? Like, how is she taking time off? This doesn't even, like, she's always taking time off every 3 months. Okay, so she said the weekend was long. Today was all in. I didn't get the results that I wanted. And I got some time off to be continued. So she got some time off. So they were just like, Thunder, come on down for All In, because you're from isn't she from Texas or resides in Texas or something? And yeah, come on down for Texas, and then you're just out of here again, back on the shelf. Man, Tony's just Tony McMahon, dude, one of the worst bookers, one of the worst at managing talent in a roster. Just a rich kid who bought up all these talents, had no intention of using a bunch of them. It's just Vince McMahon style, dude. And then bad creative, shitty wrestlers people don't want to see getting pushed down our throats in a lot of areas. And then now Tony Khan is starting to do bad storyline shit because now he has to figure out how to do like shitty storyline stuff. And that's what Vince was doing too. At least they're doing good vignette and promo packages to start the show. But then it goes into the Bucks and Outrunners, and like it's going through commercial break. Like the Bucks are going to drive off so much of the audience. It's not even funny. Speaking of drawing an audience, Hulk Hogan drawing in AEW over their gymnast. Hulkamania will always be a draw. So AEW's Hulk Hogan tribute video from July 26, 2025 edition of Collision outdraws every other segment on the show. You know, they're in the tens of thousands of views for Dustin Rhodes and all this street fight bullshit. Shivani talking about Hulk Hogan gets them over 500,000 views, on its way to 1 million. Okay? That's fucking insane. And that's what Tony deserves, man. Honestly. Hogan drew them their biggest YouTube numbers ever. So Warner Bros. Discovery's post-split companies will be Warner Bros. And Discovery. So we covered that already. That's per the Hollywood Reporter. Collision garnered one of its lowest audiences of the year in its regular time slot for last Saturday's episode. 18-49 rating was also one of the lowest in show's history. So Hogan, in a 1-minute YouTube clip, outdrew their fucking whole show, dude. Collision averaged 327K viewers, down 6% from last week. Key demo was up 33% at a 0.08. That's so bad. Year over year down 15, and the key demo was down 30. So it was up 33% from the week before, but that number's down 33% from the year before. And Dave will extrapolate that and say, oh, that means 1 million viewers, raw numbers. So Observer says AEW, Tony Khan now holding regular backstage production meetings. And it's so funny because this is obviously what happened. And I'm not even being a dick here. It's just the
Best
truth.
guys, Tony Khan.
Tony Khan clearly watched WWE Unreal and saw how they did shit and was like, oh my God, this is great. I got to start doing that. I got to have production meetings. And you know it. Like, how the fuck after 6 years do you not have TV production meetings for your television production that you're putting on the air weekly? Oh, well, I meet with people separately. Holy shit, man. But we're wrong. We're the assholes for going, yo, this is why this show's fucked up and not good. Come on, man.
Stupid idiot.
That's why Jack Perry gets slapped out in your fucking all-in show. And you lose the biggest draw you ever fucking had. Because, you know, in production meetings, you're just figuring this out. Talk about unreal. So Chad Smith says, will we find out if WBD owns a percentage of AEW? And of course, Thurston. Almost certainly not. I believe WBD owns a minority share of AEW, which at least he's honest about that. I believe that too. I think it's very unlikely WBD owns any part of the underlying controlling company of AEW, the Khan-owned Beatnik Investments LLC, which is what this is about. It just seems like the Sheet should be all over this. Instead of posting fake stories about Charlotte Flair and a fake Unreal reality show, maybe the Sheet should be like talking about this more. But instead, they don't really care who owns it because it's going to make them all look fucking stupid. So Dio Atlas says if Beast Mortis stops getting pushed on AEW TV, we know why. So Monet, again, she was at some show at Rev Pro. And she posts on Twitter, I'm leaving the building if anybody wants my ring-worn gear tonight. The sweat's still on it. If anybody wants my ring gear from tonight, the sweater is still on it. My hair dye is still on it. $1,111 meet me right now. That's what she's saying. Now, all of a sudden, she's tweeting this out. Serious inquiries only. Looking for someone who wants to travel the world and carry my titles. Must live in Orlando, Florida. Money. DM me. And you're going to some sickos on Twitter. Like, get on LinkedIn or something. This has to be her, like, working trolls into a frenzy to try and sell them $99 text messages or whatever, right? Like, what else is this? Why would she be? I don't know. She does like fucking with sickos, though. You notice it. She likes trolling that with them back and forth. She doesn't get triggered easily online. She doesn't go on like blocking sprees and get in her feelings about what people say online. So I do commend her for that. So Meltzer said what? Says Tony Khan has been shaken to the core by Brian Alvarez's basic production criticisms. And yeah, so Tony Khan's now holding production meetings after Brian Alvarez said to his subscribers on X, I'll talk more about it on the Observer Live today, but Tony Khan has been doing actual production meetings for a while now, getting the top agents, announcers, etc., all in a room together to go over things before the shows. Alvarez also addressed the situation on Tuesday's episode of Wrestling Observer Live, explaining that while meetings were held previously to address production issues, they weren't what many would consider actual production meetings. Tony Khan's production meetings was, well, I go and I meet with these guys, and then I go meet with these guys, and then I go meet with these guys, and then I talk to this agent. He just did these meetings throughout the day, and that was what he considered production meetings. Yeah, it's like it doesn't matter what you consider a production meeting, Tony. Like, how did you just figure this out? And good on Brian for breaking this down, because this is sort of what I tried to explain on the show as well. Like, if people didn't grasp that, like, he thinks what he's doing is a thing that it's not. Right? And words have meaning, and people in the biz are like, what? That's not a production meeting. I have production meetings like with different people throughout the day. And then everyone who does this is like, no, you know, it's like writing a story It's like being like an amateur writing a story and someone going, that's a detective story. And then you're like, well, he's not a cop. And it's like, no, you don't get it. Like that's, you wrote a detective story though, you know, you don't know. It doesn't mean literally he's a detective, you know, it means like the tropes and the, what goes on in this fucking, the beats to this story. And, you know, there's rules to this sort of shit. Right. So it's just funny to hear like Alvarez. I think honestly, this Nicolo Piccolo shit shook him up a bit too, because that's what real people think. Okay, about it. Like that's their real thoughts. So yeah, I don't know, whatever. Brian said it right there. We've broken this down a million times. He just does it all individually. So Eric Bischoff reacts to what Matt Jackson had to say about the Hulkster dude, which we have what all of the elite had to say about Hulkster after this as well, back in the Dizzy. And Matt Jackson being a schmarmy prick in the latter video. But this video right here is what Eric Bischoff has to say in response to Matt Jackson and his comments about Hulkster. On 83 weeks, I'm Conrad Thompson. Let me chat you up, Eric. Let me chat you up. Head to savewitheric.com and shout out 83 weeks. Let me chat you up about what Matt Jackson, one of the Young Bucks, had to say about Hulkamania. Now, I'm here for this, Eric. Oh, come on now, Eric. That's not very fair to say the Young Bucks suck at wrestling after they said something nice about Hulkster.
That AEW didn't acknowledge the passing of Hulk Hogan on their social media. I want to be clear. They've not done a broadcast yet. They will tonight. You got to assume they will.
You got to assume that, Eric. Oh, come on, Eric. That's not very fair for people in the IWC to not take a new chew and then go online and accuse people of not. Oh, come on. That's not very fair. I'm here for it. Chat me up, Eric, about how people are saying that AEW, a healthy AEW, which is good for the business, Eric, didn't mention Hulkster on their broadcast that they haven't even done yet.
But Matt Jackson took to social media and said, would have never been a wrestler if I didn't watch the Hulkster. Always so kind to me and my family. He made videos for my son that we'll cherish forever. So gracious, even when nobody was watching.
Can we stop right there?
Yes, sir.
That was cool.
That's amazing.
Very cool, man.
Yes.
And the best part of it, just 1 second. The best part of it was at the end. And it's so true. Even when no one was watching. That's the part of Hulk I wish people could have seen. He really did love people. All people. He was that accessible. He was that nice of a guy. And as Matt said, and thank you, Matt, even when no one was watching. Sorry, that one got to me.
Beautiful stuff. So here's what all of the elite had to say about Hulkster. Back in the day, they did this infamous shoot. Here's the Bullet Club, I believe we have. Who is it? Adam Cole? Is that Adam Cole, baby? And the Bucks and Cody Rhodes and Kenny Omega. And notice here, too, there's a cringe part of this where Matt Jackson, like, tries to take all the fucking credit for saying, like, oh, we should bring Hulkster into the Bullet Club, because there was actually plans to do that, which would have went insane. Hulk Hogan Bullet Club shirts would have made so much money to this day, but it never came to fruition. But Matt Jackson, like, tries to take all the credit for it. And again, this is about Hulk, but just notice how Matt Jackson tries to take all the credit for it. And everyone's like, nah. And even Kenny's like, actually, I was on board with all of that. Like, everyone's sitting there like, dude, shut up. And just imagine this is what, like, you have to deal with in AEW to this day.
If you could choose any wrestler, past or present, to join the Bullet Club, who would you pick? Hollywood Hogan.
Yeah.
There was talks about Hollywood Hogan coming here and being with the Bullet Club like a year ago.
Before Adam.
That's what I was
before
competing
Adam.
with, right? Yeah, you were.
It was Hogan.
Yeah.
Kurt Angle, Jeff Hardy, or Adam Cole.
no, I came up with Adam Cole.
Yeah.
They were like,
no, we all did.
Yeah,
we all
did you say Kurt Angle too?
I think
Yeah.
he was.
Kurt Angle's
that
there,
name
yeah.
was thrown out.
Yeah. And I was like, how about Adam Cole? Something a little more realistic.
I feel like, why is Hogan not in the Bullet Club?
He has to be, right? At least for a night.
So, I actually wanted all those guys, like the original core dudes, just to come out. Even if it was for.
Yes.
Yeah. Just to walk us out.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Like at a Tokyo Dome or something, just for an entrance.
I've been amazed by. I have dived back in watching old Hogan matches.
Yep.
Hulk Hogan is the king of pantomime.
Oh yeah,
he's really good.
Yeah,
we were just talking about
the
this.
farthest guy out there.
the genius, right? Yeah,
awesome.
That's right,
Bro,
that's so funny. It's a World War III or something, and he's explaining that he didn't go over the top, and it's literally all four sides sliding under the bottom, and even like Beefcake's face, like not being hit. He's doing like this big. Yeah,
So everyone knows what he's saying.
bro. Yeah, I've never.
Everyone.
If I was to like get a chance to talk with him now, I'd literally ask like, who trained you? Because it's the farthest row, the very back. They know what.
Universally, everyone knows what he's speaking.
Blows my mind. The king talking about Sid. He's doing this on the way to the ring.
Yeah,
it's the king of pantomime. Everything.
He was awesome. Yeah,
he was awesome.
Hulk's like he's underrated for some certain things. If people like to go, he was a great wrestler. You know what? That's all part of wrestling. It's all part of it.
Yeah,
and he was cool, and he liked our work. So you know what? That's another reason why I like him.
And I hate
the
argument where they say, "Oh, Vince could have pushed anyone." No way. It happened.
Yeah, I agree with the Bucks. You couldn't have just pushed anyone. It's
Oh,
like, so why do the Bucks get it there? This is why they're willing to accept it there, because he also was like, "What you guys do is really sweet, Jack." But then if you're just someone online, they're like, "Oh, fuck it, fuck your opinion." You know, why didn't they apply that to their careers and make shitloads more money? You know, and adapt with the times when everyone got over that, like, oh, highlight reel Twitter clips online go viral from Japan. And then like, okay, now people are growing up and away from that again. Evolve with the times. It's crazy to me, man. Andre Adams for 5. Let's check in with chat. Says, is AEW doing a residency at medieval times? And why are the Bucks built like senior citizens? Yeah, I don't know why they still do this. Like, I don't know. We're in the drama club doing the play, and we just didn't change our out. We took some of the stuff off, but we're in class and we're still in like half the gear for the play we're doing after school this Saturday or whatever the fuck. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know why they're still dressing like that. They should just go back to the old frilly boots and all that and just bring it back to old school Bucks. That's honestly what they should do. And then, yeah, they should just slow their pace down a bit, not do the same old shit, not go, oh, we're going to do an innovative move where a guy flips off a rope and gets a bomb, but like I don't know, figure out a way to like do Hogan shit, but in double team form or something, you know? Just pop the crowd somehow. But yeah, dude, the medieval times thing's funny. I used to watch this show growing up called Video and Arcade Top 10, and you would like, or they were like these Canadian game shows, right? And you could like win a trip for you and your family to medieval times. That was like a prize you'd win in the 90s. Fat Factor for 2 says, reckon TK uses action figures in the meetings. Okay, so what you're going to do is, so Orange is going to stand here on the middle rope, and then Paige is going to go like this. Hold on, I just got to twist his arm the right way. And okay. And then what's going to happen is he's going to catch you like this. And if you put your foot down on the middle part, their music plays in the Titantron. Yeah, he like lays out the matches with his action figures, and then I gotta scroll way down here. Chat's popping, guys. There's almost 300 of you watching across YouTube and X. If you are on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen, hit the likes up, run them up to 100. Please and thanks. It helps the algorithm. If you're on X, consider coming over to YouTube. If not, just retweet or like the shit. Tell me I suck, whatever. Just jump in the comments. Let everybody know what's going on with you. And I appreciate you guys. Consider becoming a member. You get access to my Monday bonus shows, which are fun as fuck. And I also have a Patreon. If you support what I do, you can super chat in. Yeah, those are the ways you support. Hit like, all that good shit. Let me check in with chat. Those 70 likes. Best get a move on. Yeah, so we're going to need 30 more likes, or else I have Jericho. He wants to chime in. He's been phoning me all night. The evolution of the Tony accent needs to be studied. Yeah. Bucks versus Lesnar cage match would sell. I don't think selling exists in AEW. First place, 2 tickets to Wrestle Dream. Runner-up wins 4 tickets to Wrestle Dream, plus a round trip ticket to Winnipeg. I like that clip of Dan Soder saying he played with his action figures long after, smoking a cig while planning matches. Yeah, I mean, I had them like, whether it was ironic or not, but I had so many of them for years, and like before I got rid of them. And so like when I was 14, I'd have friends come over and we'd fucking play with them and fuck around with them and stuff still. But it wasn't like I was, like the way I did when I was a kid, you'd be locked in. I had a ring. I had the fucking Titantron. You guys remember those old ones that like, that's where I made the joke where you put their feet had like the metal thing and you put it on the Tron and it fucking played some of the wrestlers' music. Like I had those ones and shit. Took it real seriously, but yeah, I fucked around with figurines probably older than but we were like more destroying them and shit. I just had an abundance. The 2 Utes gone wild. He would legit break them. Okay. Bring back ROH. Okay, let's scroll all the way down. Let's get back into it. We have more AEW news to do, guys.
Wrestling's not fake!
So speaking of not fake, man, Ospreay, we'll take a listen here. And his injuries, again, there was a day here like about a week ago, where like bookmarks on Twitter, it wasn't working. Like I could bookmark shit, but I couldn't designate it to a folder. So I just like bookmark shit, and then I organized it last night. And so we didn't really cover Ospreay's injury. We've covered like some people's reaction to it, but here's him announcing that he might not be able to go that much longer or as hard as he does. Now we have Dave Meltzer shilling for he should do a WWE style and work 7 to 10 specialty matches a year and have those, and he should slow down his pace, and pretty much just saying WWE style's better and it's better for your career. And if Ospreay's able to do that style and blow everyone away, Brian, then that means you're admitting that style's the best style, because if you can do it, not get hurt, get the most longevity, and there are people good enough to do that style, Dave, where they don't need to do all the dumb fucking flips for 14 stars, then you're admitting, because there's no way you can tell me that Ospreay's better than like Seth or Punk or Drew or even Roman at selling. Like, who are the top guys? Cody Rhodes and these guys. He's not better at pacing a match or selling. So what you're saying is he needs to work top guy speed and he could blow everyone away still. Okay, so you're admitting then that the WWE style's the best and that the top guy speed's the best and that it means more than these flips and shit. Meanwhile, your fucking star ratings and your opinion on what better wrestling is all based on flips and shit. We've caught Dave again in just one of his lies, one of his like spurg out, narcissist, sociopathic fucking... His like he can admit like what the problem is when it suits him, right? But it doesn't fit his overall narrative though, and he's still gonna be like, nah, my star ratings are the objective truth and what's really real about wrestling. But Dave, you reward this style that's now ended this man's career at 31. Okay, he could have went to WWE, worked more matches, a lighter style so he didn't destroy his body, get paid more in the future, be a part of history and legacy and all this, but idiots like you promoted he go to AEW where he's destroyed himself to where even Meltzer and them are like, he may never wrestle again. So that's like Danielson, Ospreay, and they'll let him back in the ring. Danielson's like, yeah, they didn't clear me to do stuff and I just went and did it anyways. This is because of people like fucking Dave, who encourage this, who give 12 stars to matches like this, and then go afterwards in hindsight go, he should do this. And why is Dave doing this? To protect this notion that Ospreay's like this god of wrestling, better than Kurt Angle and shit, better than Ric Flair and shit. He has to protect that notion. So now when it comes to Ospreay, he goes, he could just work a slower pace and do that stuff better than anyone anyways and still have still be the best in the world. Okay, well, he's not a better seller. He's not a better match pacer than like anyone in WWE, right? From the mid card up of the main roster. So you're admitting that's the best style. And now he's just like covering his own ass because he's gonna still blow Ospreay, even though Ospreay's not gonna be able to do all the shit he once did, or he's gonna do it anyways. And fucking be in a wheelchair when he's 40, which is what I hope doesn't happen. You know? But yeah, so here's what Ospreay had to say, an emotional moment.
When the Death Riders did what they did to me, I was rushed to the emergency room. I was put on an MRI. In my C2 and my C6, I have 2 herniated discs that have gone into my spinal cord.
So you're fucked. You're fucked. Okay? I herniated 1 disc in my back, and that's a lifelong thing I'll deal with forever, which I'm fortunate enough. I'm pretty goddamn spry. DDP yoga. No joke. That shit is spectacular. But listen, you have 2 of those, bro. Also, we don't know, and this is not a knock on anybody, man. This isn't a knock on anybody, but it's just any physical sport. What's the like head trauma, neck trauma like? Ospreay did a Spanish flyer like a shooting star off of an apron famously and landed on his neck and hurt his neck. Like, what's all that trauma like? Fuck, dude. Take care of yourself. You're 31. Yeah, I get why you took the $8 million. And Tony will keep him on fucking payroll for as long as he lives now and now he's just going to blow AEW for the rest of his life because now that's how he has money for the rest of his life. You know what I mean? And it's fucking sad that that's what you had to do instead of based on your merit, Will Ospreay, and your ability to get great matches out of people and yourself on the biggest stages. I think Ospreay could have been a huge star in WWE and into their expansion back into Europe.
As bad as that sounds, every doctor that I've spoken to said it is treatable. So with the right treatment, with the right physiotherapy, with the right people around me, especially with what AEW can provide, hopefully, with everything crossed, I should be back for Forbidden Door.
Okay, but it never gets better. So you're going to rush back a Forbidden Door return, but these are injuries that don't ever get better. It's like when these old wrestlers replace their hip and then they're like, 1 more match. It's like, why fuck up the thing? Like, once you get the hip replaced the one time, it's good, but you're just going to fuck it up again. Or you're doing more damage to it. You're taking years off of the amount that they extended your hip. Okay? And then you're just going to have to get it done again. It's the same thing with this back shit. It never goes away. Ever. And I'm not saying like Randy Orton's out there wrestling, but look at his fucking style comparatively, and you're 31. Okay? And you've accomplished, like, realistically, Ospreay's accomplished, he's barely scratched the surface of what he could have accomplished. And it's very sad to fucking see. It really, really is. And this is because of the Dave Meltzers and the Tony Khans who reward this shit. So this is another thing that got brought up like a week ago, and I posted this like so here, I'll just read my tweet. I said I pointed this out like 2 years ago on my podcast. Tony Khan speculated there could be some sort of manipulation or tampering with hashtags on X, even though it was just a typo that kept happening. Guys, go back in PWT, my day one PWTers. You guys know this. It's back when I was talking about how there's bots, they watch the fucking illegal streams, and they don't know how to hashtag and shit, or they have bots doing it and they're doing a typo. So this happened recently to TNA as well. People misspelled Slammiversary until it was corrected. And then they got the correct Slammiversary trending, but they jumped on it right away. With AEW, we covered this before a long time ago. Tony Khan was like, oh, there's something to look into there with the hashtags. And some of the fans were saying it too. Some of these AIR Gold accounts and shit, okay? Because Dynamite was trending, or Dynamite instead of Dynamite. And no, it's because you dumb fucks were typoing it. This happened at their other pay-per-view recently as well. Okay? So it always comes down to this shit where Meltzer's like, oh, low IQ people love WWE. Only intelligent and rich people love AEW.
Poor people don't like AEW.
And then meanwhile, it's the most botted activity, and motherfuckers are botching, they're typoing hashtags. And this has been going on. It happened again recently. Now, this could happen, but look, for Dynamite 300, AEW Dynamite was trending over Dynamite 300. How the fuck does that happen, man? Get a social media person who's like on top of that. So the judge in the Dispenza vs. Moxley and AEW case has denied AEW's motion to file information about its ownership under seal. So AEW, what this means, guys, okay? And not that I'm one of these legal jargon guys, okay? But what this means here is that they, and we knew this, but we're just recapping. It's episodic here at PWT. They requested that because they have to like file who owns the company because they're trying to figure out who's responsible for this guy who was hired, by the way, like AEW is going to get in trouble for this. He was hired from a third party that I think is unionized. And it's like a third party fucking, like they don't have in-house, let's go to work, Stu, WWE production cameramen. You guys know what I'm saying? They hire people from like actors guilds and film guilds and all this shit, right? And that's what we discovered with this guy suing, at least to do camera work and stuff. And that's what we discovered. So this guy was to hand Moxley a screwdriver. Moxley shoves the guy. He hurts himself. It doesn't matter whether this guy had back pains and you exacerbated them. His job's to hold a fucking camera and not get shoved, you marks. Okay? And so what happened was AEW filed a motion, or they asked for, I don't know, they requested a motion. I'm not one of these legal guys, all right? But to file the information about who their owners are under a seal so that it doesn't go public. Because once it goes to court, it's public information. It's up for grabs for anybody, right? So AEW is trying to establish. So then listen to Thurston, though. Like AEW is trying to establish diversity of jurisdiction to get the case out of Michigan State Court and into federal court. These fucking cowards, bro, just pay the man 50 grand, give him 100 grand and say it's all good. But instead, you're going to stamp your feet down and let's go to federal court. Let's drown this guy. This dude who can't fucking hold his grandkids right now because Moxley gave him back problems. Oh, tough it out. Will Ospreay dead. Danielson's not even clean and he wrestled. Be a man. You hold that fucking camera. And you'll get blood if we ask you to. God damn it. This is why Shaq will never go back there. Such amateur Bush League shit. This is why Adam Cole's retired. This is why Ospreay might retire. This is why Matt Hardy fell off a crane, split his fucking skull in two, and had to finish a match. This is why there's been other people with this same type of shit where Soraya's getting cleared and Edge getting cleared to jump off cages and shit. There's a real problem there, man. Right? There's a real problem there. But yeah, they want to get it out of state court, but basically the judge denied it. And so it's like if they don't reveal who the owners are, then it goes to state court or whatever, which I think in which case then they have to reveal who the owners are or some. I'm not sure. Someone would have to come and break that down better for me as well. But it's crazy that this is happening at a time where their TV rights deal is essentially up and not too long, I believe, right? Because they signed a 3-year. So that's what, like a year and a half away or a year away until that's up. And then you have the Exodus of 2025 going on. You have them posting some of their worst numbers year over year. Shit's down. Dave Meltzer's spiraling. More and more streamers are putting out their numbers as streaming becomes more prevalent. AEW's nowhere to be found. WBD's, hurting or are they hurting? I don't know. They're like doing all this weird, like skirting fucking money off into other companies and splitting up. And they're talking about sports isn't a driver and AEW's kind of a sport, but it's kind of not, but no one claims it. And, in middle of 2026, we're going to find out a lot more about this WBD stuff. We'll find out along the way. Because a lot of that stuff has to be public and shit. But, when the time comes, we'll really know. And it's just a crazy and wild time right now for Tony Khan and AEW. And it's alarming that the media, you would think that these journalists who melt down and they're crying about fucking WWE Unreal. We covered on the show how Dave Meltzer and Brian Alvarez are crying about Unreal, and they posted that fake I Show Speed thing. And it's like the fakest thing ever, Brian. And then you watch the show and that's not presented as real. They show you how they set that fake part of the show up. And Dave Meltzer, of course, has a little baby boo-boo meltdown about it. You see Fightful posting shit about, and then having to delete it, about Charlotte fucking, that they're staging shit on this Unreal show. And it's like, even if they did, it's a fucking reality show. Why did none of you folks melt down about the All Access show where they just lied about everything in that show? That whole fucking show is them pretending CM Punk never existed in the company. And that was before his first comeback. You guys know what I'm saying? Like that was before, that was before his second comeback, right? Like to AEW, CM Punk. And they just pretended like he was a non-existent thing. No one melted down about all that shit. They staged shit like Brandy Rhodes's, everyone's celebrating her birthday or like her pregnancy. Her baby shower. They like staged a women's locker room thing for that show with that. They staged a bunch of shit for that shit. Wow. It's a reality show. It's all fake. Gives a fuck. And they're all melting down about that. You think they would be trying to tell stories about this right now. You think there'd be people breaking down the ownership of AEW, the health, the medical issues. These are things that people just like laugh about and, we did write shit about it. Yes, some in-passing thing. We don't have like Thurston responding and like, I highly doubt we'll find out the ownership and blah, blah, blah. Thurston, you'd think you'd want to know that. You think you, the WrestleNomics guy, would want to know the inner workings of the economics of AEW. You think you'd be all over this, like in a much more visceral or calculated fashion or more in-depth and thorough fashion, but instead you're not doing that. And it's really fucking funny because these are the same folks who truly think they're the most serious people on earth, and they're fucking not. They're in the most laughable industry, and that's why I do a comedy show about this industry, and they're just hacks for the most part. And yeah, I just think it's crazy. This is all coming to a head at the same part in time here, at the same part of the year, sort of as we head into the second half, or we're in the second half, but as we head deeper into the latter half of 2025. Interesting year thus far, right? Breezed by too quick. Hasn't it been quick? So Cornette synced. This is a 1 minute long one, so we got to watch it. Here's a Cornette synced John Moxley versus Cope at AEW Revolution. The audio's from 2022. And let's check out Cornette's breakdown of this here.
Every time it's the same shit, and it wasn't that good the first time, and it's worse now. Talk about
the best descriptor ever. Or description ever, rather. Not descriptor, but description. It was shit. It wasn't that good the first time. It didn't work that good the first time. Now you're doing it again. It's the same shit.
Drinking blood. Do a promo that sounds great until you realize that he never really fucking made a point for 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Go out there, face to face, trade a few blows that you're not trying to duck, hit the floor within a minute, rattle furniture around, do some more outlaw bullshit, pull out a thumbtack or two.
A thumbtack or two.
And do some screwy finish where it's flattered in 4 o'clock because you choke the guy out with no fucking build to the climax whatsoever.
Holy cow, are you kidding?
Have you ever seen him do anything? Oh, and occasionally there's a stuntman bump thrown in if it's some kind of garbage stipulation match. What have I missed about John Moxley's matches that I didn't just mention?
It's like Kevin Nash, but shittier.
Oh, I forgot. And the phony elbows and things where he thinks that nobody's paying any attention and he's just acting like he's hitting someone, but he's really not. But if you're up in the cheap seats, it might fool you if you're on the other side and from behind. Now I've mentioned everything.
He pretty much nailed it spot on there. Jim don't miss, okay? Much like your boy Phil Marks, everyone's on Jim Cornette. Jim don't miss, okay? Moving along here. So Tony Khan recently started holding production meetings. We covered this. We read what Brian Alvarez had to say about that. Speaking of returns, and we weren't really speaking of returns, but I want Harley Cameron to return. And her micro brawlers, she's promoting Wrestle Figs here. I don't know. We just haven't gotten a cool promo from her. We used to check in with her all the time. We check in with Wednesday. We check in with Maki Ito when it's there. Harley Cameron, we used to check in with all the time, but we haven't seen her lately. Her nose is recovering. And yeah, let's see what she has to say about her micro brawler.
Yes, it is I, Harley Cameron. You know, I like to think that there's a tiny little Harley Cameron in all of us. And depending where you put this, there can be. You can only get my micro brawler if you sign up for the next Fall Elite Crate. But that is not all.
So what's her cut? What does she get if you sign up for All Elite Crate? You get the micro brawler free or a guaranteed Harley Cameron. Like those crates are, here's just like random shit we couldn't sell. And like one cool thing that we're giving away for free to everybody. You know?
250 lucky subscribers are going to get the Chase version. I'm a cat. Meow.
I bought one of those Marvel crates back in the day, like when those crates were relatively new. And they sent me this thing that got mass recalled. But I kept the original thing, the item, because I'm like, one day I feel like people are going to be looking for that original thing. Now it doesn't even matter what it is. But it was like I don't even want to say what it is, but it's all good. It's nothing like crazy. I'll just say it. Fuck it. It was like this Thanos gauntlet, like, you know, the Infinity Gauntlet, but it was an oven mitt. And people used it as an actual oven mitt, but it wasn't oven mitt safe. It was just like a funny novelty item, right? And people were burning their hands and shit. So they mass recalled them, and I got the email about it and everything, but I was like, I'm just going to keep mine because one day that'll be like a collector's item or something. No, everyone will be like, dude, who has one of those recalled fucking mitts or whatever?
Yes, Harley Gatman. But you've got to sign up and get it before they all sell out. They're going like hotcakes.
Yeah, go and get your micro brawler, I guess. I don't know. I thought she'd be more funny there. It's all good. World's End is coming to Chicago. As first announced by AEW CEO and GM Tony Khan, World's End will be at the Now Arena on Saturday 12. So that's December 27th, right after Christmas. World's End in Chicago. So again, are they going to pop a big house there? Their residencies aren't looking so great, but maybe it drums up more interest. If I don't know. I think WWE talent they'll probably do that house show the same weekend. They always do that holiday house show around that time. So watch them do it in Chicago or in the same area and piss off a bunch of marks, you know. They'll go to Milwaukee. And lastly, Tony Khan says AEW's Women's World Tag Division Championships are on hold due to injuries. So we just talked about injuries earlier. Here's more of it. Like, he wanted to do a women's tag, even though he has enough women if he wanted to do a tag division, but injuries are holding shit up. Like, who's fucking hurt? Use some of these not hurt people. Like, what's going on? So he says, I have a bunch of people I would like to get involved in a women's tag team tournament, potentially. There has been so much injury in the women's division. And as the person who put together the women's casino gauntlet, I wish that we had come out of it healthier. A quarter of the people in the match got knocked out of the match and out of action indefinitely. So we had one match where I lost 25% of the roster in one match. If that's a fucking shoot, if that's a shoot, Tony.
Fucking Mark!
If that's a shoot.
You fucked up! You fucked up!
If that's a shoot, Tony, what are you doing? Get a fucking training, buy a building. You're super rich. Buy a building. Put a wrestling ring in there. Put Dustin Rhodes in there. And Jerry Lynn in there. And whoever the fuck you else got, Scotty Too Hottie, whoever else got backstage, put them all back there. And go, you must, if you're not on TV this week, if you're on TV this week, you must check into this place one day out of this week. If you're not, you must check in a minimum of 3 times this week into this fucking building I have here in Jacksonville. Check in, whether that means you grab a cup of coffee, you say hi, you train, you roll with someone, you listen in on a seminar, whatever the fuck you're doing. You must sign in. If you're not signed in 3 times a week, you're not on my fucking, if you're not on TV, you're not on my show. You're not allowed ever. I'll never book you. That's the new rule, okay? Like, how hard is that? You're a fucking rich guy, bro. Oh, the PC is cookie cutter. Yeah, state of the art. Yeah, the Performance Institute hasn't been better for fucking MMA and as far as like quality of athletes, like, yeah, state of the art technology and trainers and having home base for your athletes and shit. And this is why the Jacksonville Jaguars failed the ESPN study that they published on wrestling families or like quality of family, not wrestling, football player family lives, right? As far as like what Jacksonville has to offer and shit, they scored an F. They failed it. And they're doing the main event of the show right now. So like, what's going on, bro? Why is the main event right now? You played the package. Why don't you have Hangman and Moxley and they both cut and then you build it up and try and pop a rating for the fucking main event?
The best guys, Tony Khan.
And that was AEW news, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I snapped there a bit at the end, but like, what's going on here? Tony's lost the plot. Why the fuck is the main event on right now? It's crazy. I got a tweet about it. Compelling shit. I know. Let me check in with chat here. Christ. Andre Adams for 2 says AEW is PWG scaled up. That's all it is, bro. That's all it is, man. And they need to either lean into that more. Tony should have just been a super indie. I've pitched it a billion times. I'm not going to pitch it here again, but you're right. That's all it is. And that's what Ricochet was even saying. Obviously you guys haven't fucking seen PWG shows. Ladies and gentlemen, I am checking the Clips channel. There's well over 300 people watching across X and YouTube. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Consider becoming a member for only 99 cents. You get access to my bonus shows on Monday. And those are so much fucking fun. Guys, you can super chat in. You can gift memberships. That's a nice thing to do. You can hit like, dislike, leave a comment, vote in the poll. Who do you think owns a piece of AEW? I put in the poll here. Dave Meltzer, the Elite, Warner Bros. Are all of the above. About 60% of the PWT universe thus far has voted all of the above, which is what I mean. I'm right there with you guys. We're at 90 likes. Joining me on the show right now, he's been calling me. He has some insight on this whole lawsuit and these NDAs. He may be a subject of interest here, ladies and gentlemen. Friend of the show, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand, We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
We're the youth gone wild. Oh, gee, oh, no, no. Right now trending on X is end the Fed, hashtag end the Fed. Now either Donald Trump did something crazy or the sickos are mad at fucking WWE again. One of the two. Someone figure out what's going on. Oh shit. What's the state of the world when that's the case? It either has to do with WWE or like a civil war breaking out. What's which one is it, chat? Let me know. Hashtag Merca. Oh shit, man. I'm going to check in with chat here. We have more news. We have WWE news to get into, and we have some Dave Meltzer action. Of course, what a prolific, jam-packed show we've had tonight already. Guys, I will be live for both Saturday and Sunday night of SummerSlam as well. So make sure you come hang out with me for SummerSlam. That's going to be super fun, man. I'm going to be live for both days. I have some great guests coming on the podcast here in the near future as well. And yeah, I can't wait for it. And I'll put together an interesting preview show for SummerSlam as well. I'll likely record that tomorrow and get it out to you guys quick. Let's check in with chat. Andre Adams for 2 says Jericho voice ashy. He's like, I'm rich, biatch. Yeah, he don't give a fuck, dude. He's just like a glorified karaoke singer guy, you know? And hey, I'm here for it, Andre. What the sickos don't understand is if WWE went away tomorrow, it doesn't help AEW at all. They're magically getting 1 million people watching the next show. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Canada, reduce the cost of Timbits. Best of luck to Ben Bishop on his tryout. Yes, we're going to talk about that as well. People are getting $600 for reimbursement from tariffs. Sounds like a ripoff. Okay. Bow to Trump Canadians. Tony's face is the perfect post-Jericho face. Yeah. I love it, guys. Okay, let's get into some breaking WWE news. So here is Kevin Robert Kazar, aka Killer Cross, and he's talking to Kevin Sullivan, RIP.
Kevin, this is Kevin Sullivan. I didn't text you because I wanted to talk to you. My friend, you have everything needed to be a huge star. You got the look. Your wife is a great asset to the package. Your work is spectacular. I don't know what's going on there. If you want to chat with me, please give me a call or text, whatever you want. But my friend, you are a talent that isn't come around very often. I don't know what their problem is, but if you want to chat, maybe we can get to the bottom of it. But don't get down, because, brother, you're going to make it. You're going to be huge.
It's happening, man. He's going to get this big win at SummerSlam. I saw somebody fantasy Mark book and theorize. We'll run an X-Files for them, whoever you are in Twitterland. And I marked out so hard for a dude. They were like, he's going to beat Sammy with the help of the Righteous, like Dutch and Vincent, and they're gonna fucking debut as like Cross's new faction as like a Sullivan. And I'm like, listen, WWE's too bloated right now for this shit, but I'm here for that, Eric. I'm here for it, man. I'm so here for that, dude, for sure, because that fits way better than like Authors of Pain and Ellering and shit. You know, Cross with his gal, and then the Righteous, and like them actually doing work. I know it's a little spooky, but if it's more cultish, and I don't know, if they're on Raw, it could work, man. I know we're getting into like there's a lot of heel faction territory going on, but I don't know, man. Maybe they become baby faces by on principle or some shot of fucking who knows, man. But I'd be here for that. But I just think WWE's too bloated to do that. Just push Cross as is, you know. John Cena speaks on the first time he heard the beat for his iconic theme song, My Time Is Now.
I remember hearing this one beat, and it was the beat for My Time Is Now.
And when you have the legendary fucking tag on the front, and you know, you got Freddie the Fox dude, Bumpy Knuckles on your shit, and the blessings from, you know, Mash Out Posse royalty and shit. You're all good, bro.
Build up to the
you know it's gonna cook.
The horns and the brass and the heavy hit of the bass, like it had everything. And we would always use
MOP, what stomped the shit out you? CNN, what stomped the shit out you?
My little brother as kind of our litmus test, because he was a really harsh critic, and if he enjoyed it, I knew we were okay. And I remember him just going like this and like getting lost in it. And I think he was doing what was, I think, the Tony Yayo dance at the time, where Tony Yayo would put his hand in front of his face and shake his head. And I was like, dude, what are you doing? And it was ridiculous. He's like, I'm doing the Yayo dance. I'm like, okay, I'll do that on TV to pay homage to you liking the beat, because I'm going to go with this for the song. And he dared me. And on the dare, I was like, yo, I'm definitely doing it. So instead of doing the Yayo dance, I kind of did the reverse, because I figured it would be more visual to show my brother on TV, like, hey, I'm doing the thing that you dared me to do. You can't see me is kind of a way to talk smack in hip hop culture of like, you're not on my level. So
you can't see me, the blind stares of a million pairs of eyes, looking hard but don't realize that you will never see the P.
I kind of put the two and two together, just really trying to make one person in West Newbury, Massachusetts.
You must be going blind.
And the internet was like, we can't see this guy. I don't know why. Like, I became invisible. And the cool joke was that either if I was in a picture, I wasn't. It'd be like, okay, this is just a chair talking to you. Or people would take their picture with John Cena, which is simply like pointing at nothing. Or if nothing was there, it'd be like, yo, I can't believe John Cena crashed our party. I did an interview before this where the audio technician pinned the mic on me. When he's pinning the mic on me, he's like, I
don't know. He just keeps going about not being seen. It's a funny meme. Speaking of not being seen, and shout out Anjo PW. That's Pete Dunne. So who is he? El Ginger Americano? I don't know, dude, but Chad Gable's going to come back. There's going to be like Americano wars going on, you know? And yeah, that's Pete Dunne under that thing. So Ridge Holland not getting the call again for whatever reason. And maybe everybody's going to, because think about it, Ludwig and Pete and maybe Gable like realized this started to get me respect when no one respected me. And then Ludwig's like, yeah, it got me the respect when no. And then Pete Dunne's like, I wanted the respect too, whatever. But Ridge Holland's the steam pig or whatever. The sweat hog, pal. And he's not under one of these masks yet again. I don't know what they're doing with Ridge. I don't mean to make this about Ridge, but yeah, that's Pete Dunne in that mask. So we have, I don't know what's going to happen here. And when Chad comes back, and it might not be for a while, what does he do? He's the original El Grande, damn it. But then it makes a cool story where Chad's going to come back and be like, I'm El Grande. And everyone's like, no, you're not. No, it was Ludwig the whole time. You weren't, you know what I mean? You were tricking us. It was a ruse or whatever the fuck. You can get that out of it. So there's obviously a plan in mind for this. They're not just throwing shit at the wall. Obviously, we all seen Unreal, bro. But yeah, that's Pete Dunne. So we will see what happens here. And who knows? Maybe we do get a third or fourth El Grande. I'm El Piggy, right? Because it was Ridge in the El Grande mask when they hauled El Grande out of the building with Chad Gable in the same frame. Okay. That wasn't Pete or Ludwig at the time, although we can retcon that. I mean, that's just because, bro, if you listen to K100, bro, right? That's just so. But they can retcon that and say that was Ludwig. But I have been anticipating, like, I thought the sweat pig thing was like a house show rib, and then it would have been Ridge. Like when I first saw the dude in the mask, I thought it was Ridge. Then I went online and it's clearly obviously Pete. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with Ridge there, but don't be shocked if we see more of these guys, because that's like an alternate El Grande mask. That's not even like an OG mask. He's like looks more like Aki Man there. But Sean Waltman says, I'm proud to coach members of the WWE ID program. I'll be at their ID showcase Friday 8/1 in Rutherford for the crowning of their fucking Mox and Hangman, dude, of their first ever men's and women's championships. This is an exceptionally talented group of aspiring pro wrestlers. Come see them if you're in town. So yeah, we have Cappuccino Jones versus Jack Cartwheel, and this is presented by GCW. We have Kylie Ray versus Zara Zacher versus Zeta Steel. Now, you guys notice the GCW team up with the ID showcase and the WWE ID program. Notice GCW is going to literally like every continent and every state and they're the ones knocking on the door of like, we're doing shows in Japan now and Puerto Rico and Mexico, and we'll go to Iraq and we'll go to fucking, they're just naming places and going to them. And yeah, they're heavily involved in the ID stuff. Of course, WWE, they sort of sent Bradshaw out there and he confirmed, well, we know now what he was doing. He was out there scouting and shit, but he did confirm on the TNA side, there was a plan there, but then ownership kind of changed. Or leadership kind of changed or whatever, not ownership. And so, yeah, this all isn't coincidental. There's the bigger picture here at play. You all know that. You all watched Unreal. I mean, you all know how real it is. But no, I did like watching that show, and I marked out over like little things, like how Triple H and the producer, I forget his name, they called the whole Rock Cena thing on the fly as far as what cameras to use, him explaining on the fly. I mark out for like the behind the scenes shit like that, because that's sort of, my lane in the past. And so, I've done some things like that in the past, like not being in charge of everything, but just witnessing that in action. So to know that they called something that was truly cinema, okay, as far as like getting the right shots, the when, all of that, it was brilliant. And to see them live call that shit, I mark out for little things like that. I enjoyed the show as well, seeing like the aftermath of some of the matches, and just like instantly when they walk into Gorilla, people are all of a sudden just like out of character, and everyone's just like, fucking, that was fucking great, fucking, and they're just saying fucking every 2 seconds, fucking, that was fucking, fuck, that was fucking great, and they're all just doing it the whole time. So it's just funny. They wait to get off TV and they just start cussing like you or I. And so I like shit like that. And just to see people like nervous in real life and like emotional for shit in real life, that's the cool little gems you get out of that. And then also there was an MVP out of the whole thing. Is the guy, his name's Matt something. I forget his goddamn name. Chat will tell me. He's the gray-haired dude. He's short. He doesn't really have a chin. I think he has gray hair. Maybe there's some darkness in there a little bit, but he is just, He's like sitting to the left of Triple H in all those board meetings. He's right there. All the wrestlers go and shake his hand. He doesn't say much. He keeps quiet. What's his name? His name's Matt something. And some MVP. Is that what I said? He's the MVP, one of the MVP. I know you guys are like, you don't remember his fucking name. But what was his name? I can't. Matt Kreneski or some shit. Look it up. He works for WWE. I should know the name. But he's the guy sitting there, and he's responsible for. And Michael P.S. Hayes with the Jey Uso thing too, but he was like, dude, I really think we should get Jey in there, but I just don't see how it can work. But everyone at the table is like, Punk should win the Rumble. He's like, Jey, I think. And when Triple H was like, when they were talking about what to do with Cena, I think he was just a guy who was willing to push back on Triple H all the time. And he had the vision on a bunch of these shits with the triple threat match, right? As well. He's like, dude, if we, Heyman, like, this is what makes it interesting is Roman, because Triple H is like, dude, if we strip Roman down of that triple threat match after he has no Heyman, no team, he's a tweener, like all the shit that he had that made him super over, we strip him of all that. I think that kills Roman. And then that Mac guy's like, you know what, that's interestingly enough what I think will make him interesting. And I was like, that guy's the MVP right there, because he's willing to throw that curveball in there. And we've seen a lot of these moments in WWE where we've all said it. Like, the easy thing would be if they just like John Cena final run ever. They didn't need to turn him heel, but they fucking did it. And they gave us one of those moments that we'll never forget for the rest of time, like Hogan dropping the leg on Mach, like we got another one of those in our lifetime. It is so incredible. So, that's a dude. And also we found out that like The Rock's a fucking, if we're to believe Triple H and everyone, we found out The Rock's a liar. Like when he did that McAfee interview, he lied when he confirmed Dave's lie. Therefore, Dave is a double dumb fuck. Right. And so that was cool too. I liked seeing that because it's what we all knew. Like, and they lie for different reasons, right? Like Dave's trying to sell subscription for fake news, lying, telling people he has the inside scoop, literally telling people on his Twitter that you become infinitely smarter as a fan if you read his shit. So it's educational now, right? And he's the all-seeing eye. He's fucking Uatu, the watcher of pro wrestling, is what he's trying to tell everybody day in and day out. And then The Rock lies because he's just like a media-trained Hollywood guy. He just knows how to keep his image looking good, right? And so he knows when to lie, how to lie, who to lie to, etc. So that was a cool, if we're to believe Triple H and how the phone calls went down and all that. But it was just funny seeing everyone get worked up over this fucking clearly fun reality show that... my wife was watching with me and she's like, why would they make this a show? She's like, it's way better not knowing any of this shit. And I'm like, you're right about that, actually. And so, yeah, that was her take. If you guys value that. So, moving along here, and shout out WWE ID in the greater picture. And Unreal. It was totally real, dude. It was so real. It was unreal. It's in the title. So WWE showed Vince McMahon on television for the first time in over a year with the Hulk Hogan tribute package. How do you not? How do you fucking not show Vince? Vince was in a car accident we're going to get into here in WWE news, and people were like, oh, it's too bad he didn't die too and shit. It's fucked up, man. I just missed all that for Sicko segment, by the way, too. I didn't even want to get into all of the Hulk Hogan should be dead and Vince, too bad he didn't die and all this shit. Like, I don't even like seeing any of that. Even on my worst enemy, I wouldn't be like, oh, I'm glad like your parent died, or like think about their families and shit, dude. It's crazy. But yeah, so they showed Vince again, and I think we'll get more of that. I told you guys, I think they're not going to shy away from Benoit and Vince and Hogan, like as far as showing them on TV. Well, they never shied away from Hogan, really, only a little bit there, but I think they won't shy away from it entirely as much as they used to. And we've already seen it with Benoit, where like they won't just eliminate him, or they'll mention him in passing, but it's just like we don't need to praise their accolades or whatever. And for a lot of people who are like, man, Triple H is so full of his own shit. Okay, the problem is that he has to almost bite that bullet. He has to almost be like, praise me for this new wave of wrestling coming in, the way Vince did that back in the day, and everyone hated him for it. Yeah, I'm ushering in the new, we're buying the territories, pal. This is the greatest global in the world. Everyone hated him. And now Triple H is ushering in this new sort of global era that Vince helped facilitate for sure, right? But this whole Netflix streaming, you know, the way they're going to all these different countries, everyone banned from ringside, but here's people at ringside. Fuck, dude, we called it. That was going to happen. Anyways, though, this whole global expansion as well with the PLEs expanding, and we'll talk about it in a bit as well. Like, yes, there's going to be, we have Steve Carrier writing about how, hey, there's talks about there's going to be a PC in Mexico. I told you guys all that first. Long time ago. Just listen to PWT, right? So Triple H is ushering this new sort of global expansion, and he needs to bite the bullet and sort of suck his own dick. And why, Phil? Because, and this isn't me just defending Trips, guys. I went off on the tag divisions, and I'll call the shit out where it's warranted, but this is why. Because then it has to be Vince. Who gets the praise for this shit? Well, the wrestlers. Well, they are. Their bank accounts, they're on all the promo, they're getting reality shows. You think Rhea Ripley's mad that she's getting paid to be on this extra fucking reality show? And millions of people who wouldn't normally watch wrestling, it's in the top 10 as we're about to look at in a bit. You know, they all want that. It's more money. It's better for the business overall. Maybe Hollywood people will see the reality show, fall in love with the Rhea Ripley, put her in a movie. We don't fucking know, right? But the wrestlers are happy for it and they enjoy it. And to bring it back to the greater point here, someone has to be responsible for it. And there's always a face of this is who's in charge in pro wrestling or any promotion. UFC, it's Dana White, right? You have to. That's why Turkey Al Sheik's like the face of boxing. Why is he out there talking shit? You guys are like, oh, why is Niccolo Piccolo out there talking shit about these dirt sheets? Because he wants to. Because he's a real person, and it's a day and age now where people like you and I have worked their way into fucking positions where they don't give a fuck, and they're really up there. And Turkey Al Sheik's like, I gotta be there's no face of boxing. There are all these dudes hiding behind the curtains, fucking just lining their pockets and robbing people blind and putting together fights that people don't want to see. We got to wait 4 fights to get to the real fight. Everyone's washed up and old. I'll just be the face of boxing, talk a bunch of shit, call out promoters. So Turkey Al Sheik's doing that. You know, who's that guy for WWE? It has to be Triple H. He has to be the guy to just take that hit, love him or hate him. So I get it to where people are like, oh, why is he doing this? Because you pussies will cry forever if they were to show Vince and talk about his genius getting to WWE where it's at. Instead, the narrative has to be now Nick Khan and Triple H came in and fucking took the ball and ran with it and elevated it to even new heights, and look at their genius now. Now that's the narrative they have to create. Oh, they're just changing their narrative. So does AEW. So does every wrestling. It's carny pro wrestling. Don't watch wrestling then. Don't watch TV. It's all fake. Oh, you didn't know that? Oh, you didn't know that? You didn't know Jackie Chan doesn't really put a tuxedo on and he can fucking fight 400 dudes, and Goku's not a real person or a real Saiyan? Sorry to break the fucking news to you. So yeah, as far as Vince McMahon goes, through his windshield after this car crash, no, I'm just joking. But as far as he goes, yes, should we praise and idolize this guy? I mean, if you want to, whatever. Has he been found guilty for any of this paralegal shit? No. He didn't give her goddamn money is what it just really ultimately boils down to. And that's fucked up. That's like a weird elitist power play. We've broken that down a billion times. Should he be erased from the annals of time? From the annals of history? No, I don't think so. You know, just for context, for just not lying to ourselves, right? It's just really that simple. Wrestling wouldn't be where it is today without Vince and Hogan. When Hogan passes, Vince has to be a part of that. When you talk about the Royal Rumble, if you have to say, and Benoit came in at number 1 and just quickly breeze over that, I'm okay with that. If Alberto Del Rio gets brought up as, well, he debuted and won the U.S. title, blah, 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 I'm okay with that. If it's like a stat or whatever the fuck. O.J. Simpson ran the most yards in a whatever the fuck, I'm okay with that, right? Who's the guy who got banished from baseball? Pete Rose or whatever, right? Like, I'm okay with this guy took steroids and hit the ball far, okay? You know, John Jones was like the biggest cheater ever. His accolades should be brought up in the history books when it comes to fucking UFC and MMA. I'm sorry. So I could give examples of this all day. And speaking of Vince, TMZ released photos of his car crash. So, damn, dude, that's his Bentley. Bima Benz and Bentley. He bent his Bentley up, dude. That's a Bentley, right? Yeah. And he's, oh my God. Like, thank God no one was hurt. There's this thing in Canada, buddy, where people are saying that everyone should be 18 years old or older to get their license. Like, we might change shit up here. And to get their driver's license. And after a certain age, 70, you have to get tested every year to keep it. So I'm down with that. I actually am okay with that being a fucking thing personally. But yeah, thank good. Vince is how old now? Like 80? I don't know if you should be. Just get a driver. You can afford one. You know? So in more Vince McMahon news, because actually the woman who he hit put a statement out. Brandon Thirsty Thurston says some exclusive details here as we obtained the incident report. The identity of the driver on the other side of the highway whose car was struck by debris is consistent with that of a WWE staffer. We didn't name him as he's not a public figure. So in a weird turn of events, the driver on the other side of the highway whose car was hit by debris is a WWE staffer, oddly enough. What are the odds of that? It's a small world after all. It's a small world. So the woman involved in Vince McMahon's car crash said she's lucky to have survived the incident. She also claimed McMahon was driving at 80 to 90 miles per hour and was being followed by an unmarked state trooper. So it's like straight up Mr. Magoo. It's Leslie Nielsen. He's just driving, doesn't know what's going on. There's fucking... He's listening to loud music. It's like Hogan listening to fucking... I said it's on. I'm back in the motherfucking booth. These haters still lying. I'm the motherfucking truth. I got gangsters in the crowd, man. Bitches at the show. He's just vibing, and I love it. What's Vince listening to at fucking top volume, right? Or he's just like, no, I don't. He's yelling at some paralegal on a plane somewhere. God damn it. I said, dump the dog food on your feet and send me a picture. No, this is all jokes, guys. This is South Park. It's all parody. I'm not even talking about real people. But Barbara Duran. Barbara Duran. Barb Duran. Ooh, take my hand. So you got me rocking and a rolling of Vince McMahon. My car's rocking and rolling because of Vince McMahon. Sorry, guys. I'm having too much fun with this. I just like Vince makes me laugh. I don't know. Just the idea of him even just like driving a car. Funny to me, you know? So she said, and I'm glad everyone's okay. I said that a million times, but you got to preface shit for pussies in 2025. So she says, lucky to have survived a horrific car crash on the way up to catch the ferry to Martha's Vineyard. I don't mean to laugh. I do not mean to laugh. It's just like when you visualize Vince driving, listening to music going 80 miles an hour. He's by the ferry to Martha's Vineyard, you know? Like, what are you doing? He's just one of these, like, power assholes. I run the street. This is my lane, pal. My crosswalk. So this Thursday morning, both cars totaled. Vince McMahon, former chair of WWE, hit me going 80 to 90 miles as I drove in the right lane of the narrow Merritt Highway, built in the 1930s. And I and the dog are mostly fine, but was lucky to have kept control of the car. More or less, I was shot off the road after being catapulted. Not trying to laugh. Sorry. Okay. Over 100 yards. An unmarked state trooper had been following him as he sped in and out of cars down the highway. Pulls him over. I wasn't ready to pull over yet, pal. You obviously know who I am, right? I'll give you tickets to the show. Have you ever been on a plane to Saudi Arabia? Have you ever been on a plane with a paralegal over international waters, pal? State trooper, you're... No, but he's just listening to music, doesn't even know the sirens are on. They're behind him, fucking wee-hoo, wee-hoo. He's listening to fucking... That's the sound of the police. You can't hear the sirens. Oh, man. So, okay, he sped out of cars on the highway, lights on to pull McMahon over, but he was not in time. Both front wheels of McMahon's Bentley were sheared off, and his airbags deployed, probably saving him from significant injury. Do you imagine Vince McMahon in a car wreck? Oh, the sounds. Oh, God damn it. Where did that come from? You were in my way. Oh, Batista, Cena. My quads. Are my quads okay? Thank God. Might have been a very different... Okay, so that McMahon saw me last minute swerve, smashing into my left rear. But that if he had hit me full on, there might have been a very different ending for me. Amazing that no other cars were hit and that I got out of the car handshaking. You no-sold me, pal. Why'd you no-sell it? God damn it. So that's how Austin survived that. Or that's how The Rock survived the NWO, running him over in a semi, pal. Oh, you think that's bad? I survived a limo explosion. I was on TV the next week. Oh, man. The trooper told, okay, amazing. Okay, we read that. Now seemingly unscathed, stiff neck later, etc., and full battery of hospital scans and blood work. Time will tell, I am told. Oddly, Hulk Hogan, who made McMahon's fame and fortune, died about the same time as the accident. No, it wasn't about, well, on Thursday. Yeah, so, well, that is oddly, but like, why is that oddly? I don't know. I think it's more strange it hit a WWE. There's a conspiracy, actually. There's Black Hell. Well, let me tell you something, Phil, and the Illuminati. We actually have an insider here. One of my sources at the Fed told me actually that the looming car parts that actually flow off of the vehicular device and fly into a WWE rider at the time. Now, his name is undisclosed, but I'm heard Fightful will actually have the scoop tomorrow. And there was an attempt on Mr. McMahon's life. This Barbara Duran has major ties to BlackRock and Mephisto. That's right. She sold her soul years ago to Martians, and they're responsible for the climate change right now. And if you follow this iceberg, it's quite interesting. Oh, shit. It is quite strange, though. Hulk Hogan's death happened at the same time. Now, Vince McMahon was not on the scene, but a clone of Vince McMahon. Now, I am led to believe by my informants at Bohemian Grove that this version you see here on the screen of Vince McMahon with the dyed hair is, in fact, a clone of Vince McMahon. The real Vince McMahon has been executed on Alligator Alcatraz. He's actually there right now. Holy shit, I just threw my whole voice out for that bit. Oh, shit. Okay, so TMZ says that McMahon was issued a misdemeanor summons for reckless driving and following too closely, resulting in an accident. He will have to appear in court late next month. McMahon's Bentley reportedly rammed into the back of a BMW. And Beamer, Benz, and Bentley. Beamer bent the Bentley, and collided with a median guardrail. Debris flew onto the other side of the road and was hit by a Ford Fusion that was going in the opposite direction, who happened to be a WWE staffer. All 3 cars had to be towed from the scene, but all 3 drivers were wearing seatbelts and no one was injured. Seatbelts save lives, folks. Take your vitamins, say your prayers, and wear your goddamn motherfucking seatbelts, because they save lives, okay? And speaking of Hulk Hogan and Vince, Brooke Hogan revealed that, for those of you giving me crap for not attending my dad's tributes, WWE did not extend an invite. And then again, she didn't mean this in a malicious way, but then sicko dumbfuck idiots on the internet are like, they didn't invite her, scumbag. He didn't talk to her for 2 or 3 years, was the last time they spoke. 2 or 3 years ago. So do with that what you will, but there's a reason for that. Him and Nick were extremely, extremely fucking close still. Okay? And we talked about WWE Unreal a little bit, and we saw that it was trending here. Raw's trending 4, Unreal trending 5, and top 10 on Netflix. I could check Netflix right now and tell you what it is in Canada, because I'm sure it's got to be one of the top shows on there, which is so good to see. And I see that regularly, WWE shit in the top 10. And here is an instance of Charlotte Flair, who was being welcomed backstage on Unreal. I'm going to keep it small, and these are the women all cheering for Charlotte when she won the Rumble. Now, we covered on this show, there was a study that was done by who knows, like some crypto fucking company trying to, that's what they do. They do some study. They try and find different ways to go viral and then get people to buy into their crypto or their coin or whatever. And so these folks, said that Charlotte Flair is actually like the most bullied online and like out of all the wrestlers or whatever. And so what Fightful did is they posted a story today, and then I guess Sean Sapp was like defending the story, but even though they deleted it, so it is not in, oh wait, that's movies, so that doesn't count. Top 10 TV shows, number 3 is Raw, number 4 is Unreal, number 7 is NXT. So there's updates right there for in Canada. 7 NXT, 4 is Unreal, so ranked even higher in Canada. See, WWE, all the WWE shows in Canada rank higher because we get them all on Netflix. So no one brings that up, right? It's not like that's a small number, like, them being number 1 on for the day, and then throughout the week, all WWE floods. They have 3 entries in the top 10. Come on, man. So Unreal and Raw ranked 1 spot higher in Canada than in America. But on the show, she got this applause. Now, Fightful said this was a staged scene, right? And then they caught a ton of heat. They deleted the story and the post. So obviously there's an issue there. Everyone's like, dude, these people know what they're doing. Like, Fightful know what they're doing, like knowing the type of hate Charlotte gets. And they're just looking for anything. Like, they're trying to distract from what I talked about earlier. There's real serious health issues going on in AEW. There's real court stuff going on where they might have to reveal their owners. Their TV deal is going to be coming up. They have contracts, people getting released from contracts, and the 2025 AEW Exodus is going on. There's so much more interesting shit to talk about, but instead they're like going after, they know what this will do, going after Charlotte. Now, I also don't blame them. Okay. I don't blame them for like just making stories about, like, that's what they do by now. All the sheets, all the internet is just talking about people and talking about other people and the shit they do. Okay. So it's crazy when some people can't handle that. And I guess, saw Sap have a meltdown and fucking, he has me blocked on everything. So people were like, look at his meltdown. I'm like, I can't, and I don't care to. I don't even give a fuck to. He's just arguing with people about why he did nothing wrong, even though the story got deleted. So clearly someone felt like someone did something wrong over there. No, am I wrong about that? So I don't give a shit about all that. The greater point is that that's what people do, is they make content, and they make content out of other people. That's what they do. So just remember this going forward. Okay, I put a tweet out there saying, like, listen, man, and I've said it on the show. I've been around comedians, good ones, shitty ones. I've been around people who go on to be famous 2 years after I'm fucking hanging out with them. I've been around people, a couple people who are pretty famous. I've been on sets of things. I've been around writers who've written shit for political websites all the way through fucking weed websites. Okay, trying to grind my way up there and get my reps in. As a young Phil, I've been around so many different types of people, and none of them take themselves, and who like do real fucking work, man. And none of them take themselves as seriously. Like, people are, why is Niccolo Piccolo roasting and memeing everyone? Because he just doesn't, he's not he's serious about his business and his family. He's not. So to answer any of the sickos questions and shit, when it comes to folks like that now who are like, yeah, we don't give a fuck, we're actual legit people, like, we're gonna call this shit out. And so no one takes themselves more seriously than wrestling media, and they're in the jokiest entertainment realm there is. That's, people are trying to get to be taken more seriously, and other people harm that, and those are the people, I think, who get called out more and more. But yeah, don't get mad that news sites, though, are trying to report news or are making shit for clicks or whatever. You can hate the game for that. The old saying is, don't hate the player, hate the game. Right? But then if the player oversteps boundaries, then okay, hate the player. You know what I mean? But yeah, as far as like Fightful saying, oh, this was a fake thing, and then people like, people white knighting and going, oh, this is like a bully campaign on Charlotte. Like, okay, you all, if it was about Monet, you'd all mock and laugh at it. And again, we point that out because it's on both sides all the fucking time. And the greater point is just, yeah, people are going to make content. However, let's not bullshit about, even if they did stage this, who gives a fuck? They were filming a reality show. So who cares? Who gives a fuck? But for the people who virtue signal, we care about women's health and all this shit. A lot of those folks at Fightful be doing that shit. And how dare you attack women and all this stuff we've seen over the time. And then to add to that seems very, very, that's why y'all deleted it. That's why they deleted that story and deleted the posts and scrubbed it. And that's why their fan base called them out for that shit. Because in the past, if you're white knighting for that, but women, and then you do something to tear women down, not allowed to make a story. And so Sean is getting defensive. Okay, well, in his defense, he's just posting a fucking story. Maybe it was set up. Who cares, right? But at the end of the day, though, you got to take your licks then, right? Because you put shit out there that other people, Fightful adjacent, or people who work for Fightful, right, have put that energy out there. So then people give it back, and then you're forced to delete stories. So I hope I did a good job of sort of breaking that sitch down as well. There's a couple more related here, I believe, to the Unreal. No, we covered the Unreal stuff. Actually, no, Triple H had something to say about people being triggered, and I'm going to check in with chat, but he explains, people getting mad about Unreal, why they're stupid, basically. I called this show, I was like, what is this show called? Helix Wireless or something? Obviously, it was a joke. But this is called WFAN or something. People corrected me in the comments. I was clearly kidding, but at the time. But yeah, so their show, we figured it out, is called WFAN or WFAN or something, I believe.
Well, I think the internet, you could do things at that moment in time, when you go back and you talk about Hulk Hogan, right? People didn't know. They didn't know the ins and the outs. They didn't know what was going on behind the scenes. They maybe talked about it a little bit. Now, you can't, if you're bringing in a new talent, like, you got to hide him at a different airport. You can't let him be seen at the building, because the second you do, it's everywhere. People want to report on everything. And it's the funny thing that you talk about on Real, like, people that are fans of our business are just as fascinated with the behind the scenes of what we do as they are seeing it take place and the entertainment that it provides in real time. And all the things that goes into it. And there, as you said with the show, there's so much that goes into the creation of this, but fans are fascinated with it. The people that are complaining about us lifting that curtain and showing people behind the scenes are mostly the people.
Yeah, like, my wife was locked in mostly when, like, the women were talking about their lives and feelings and shit, and she was locked in for asking a bunch of questions throughout. Now, she did say why it's better if they don't show all this, but she was watching the fucking show and she was fully into it. So, I mean, it piqued curiosity, and they're getting another season next year. So
People that are already talking about it anyways. They're on podcasts. They're debating it with their friends. They're already there talking about all of it. We're just giving you a look into what really goes on and what happens behind the scenes. And I think, much like Drive to Survive did for F1, I think this opens up the doors to a lot of people that aren't necessarily fans, but that can watch this and appreciate all that goes into it and say, like, man, these people seem fascinating. They approach what they do with such an incredible passion. I want to see what the final product is that they put out, and hopefully that leads to them becoming WWE fans for life.
I'm one of those, like, production marks and one of those, like, old Hollywood marks where, I like Entourage, I think, is one of the best fucking greatest shows of all time. I'm just a mark for all that sort of shit. So I loved Unreal. If other people didn't, hey, I totally get why some people might be like, yeah, we shouldn't be pulling the curtain back that much. Here's Tommy Dreamer. Tommy Dreamer's thoughts on it, even though, let's be honest, him and his time in ECW probably did a lot to fuck wrestling up too. But let's
of a 50-minute show, 45 minutes of it was awesome. It's that 4.5 minutes that make it go, why? It wasn't necessary.
Austin 316 says, I just whooped your ass. Hard times with a tear in my eye. If they showed me someone handing a piece of paper to these people and say this at this time, they would never become historic. And it would never make the industry.
Right, but they didn't do that, and they didn't do that on Unreal. So they kind of went against that. Like, they told stories about how basically, like, be yourself more, and, like, you're CM Punk, just do your fucking thing, and, like, Cena's promo, when he came back, everyone was like, man, you, like, had me in tears, and everyone was like, that was great, and he just went out there with what he was going to say, and he did his thing. So they didn't really... But I get what he's saying. You're pulling the curtain back, but they didn't stooge anything like that. They just pretty much in the writer's room, or like they just said, like, here's how we lay out the plans. We had these 3 big events. Here's what one of the key plans, here was our idea for the Rumble. Here was our idea for who was going to win Mania. And then how did we get there? They didn't write out exactly how they were going to fucking get there. Or like they show all of that. Now they did show one part where like The Rock and Triple H were kind of laying out what they were going to do, but we all know they do that anyways. And The Rock and Triple H swapping back and forth, like, okay, we don't even want you to touch him. And then The Rock's like, well, what if they hold him down and then I get one solid whack in? Because he's like, I got to get myself over, brother. And we all know that you guys do that anyway. So I get where maybe that's a bit of it. But at the same time, they just more focused on like the wrestlers' lives and what it takes and the ups and downs of the business. And also like what sort of goes on into like actually putting the show on and the end results of it in the aftermath. Not so much of like, here's every word we wrote. Here's exactly how you do a wrist lock and how you give the Iggy when you... they did a bit of that, like everything gets communicated through the refs. Well, we already knew that. They have fucking earpieces. They throw up we already knew that. You know, so it doesn't ruin CM Punk's promos for me. I knew that when I was like fucking a kid, you know, so when I was like fucking 16 and shit and below, I knew that shit already, let alone in my adult years, you know, so yeah, moving along here with Dreamer, Shadow busted open, and LaGreca.
What it is. So when I see things like this, that's what upsets me, as well as you take away the magic. And that's it. I just watched a promo of myself when the Dudleys broke Beulah, and I legit cried because I knew this woman would not be my partner anymore. And then I also bashed my head into a locker to make myself bleed. I got so emotionally invested into the real life situation, and the promo ended a show. And I remember it like it was yesterday because I just saw it. But then the other part was how Paul literally picks me up off the ground. He goes, "That was amazing." And there was no scripts. There was no writers.
They literally do that to Cena in the Unreal show. So all good, Dreamer. You're doing your thing. And that's all good, man. So before we talked about, that's all I can say, dude. I don't know. I went on a rant about it. So we talked about a little bit about, and I'm going to check in with chat here, but we talked about Hulk Hogan throughout this segment a bit, brother. And we talked about the greater picture. So speaking of the greater picture, you know, Steve Carrier, and I brought this up before, he's like, there has apparently been talks for WWE to have a system somewhat similar to the Performance Center in Mexico for the AAA talent. So just like I've been saying, this is why you guys listen to PWT. I said this in 2024 even, the way that the UFC is setting up a performance center, a PI, they call it Performance Institute, in Mexico. We will see the WWE do the same. We will see the WWE be based out of Las Vegas primarily. We will see a PC in Las Vegas. Not saying they'll get rid of the Orlando one. Europe's next after Mexico. I wouldn't be shocked if Australia was on the mark, on the docket next as well. So that's why you listen to PWT. I don't even claim to be a dirt sheet or nothing. And I already tell you this stuff way before anywhere else, the AAA sale, all that shit. So yes, in Mexico, they will have a PC like the UFC does. Also, if there is an NXT Mexico, which could happen, NXT Mexico, it will not replace AAA. It will not be the same thing. Okay. NXT UK won't come back. Europe is next, though. WWE will be based out of Las Vegas with a PC there, too. And the working idea is to bring in trainers to the PC in Orlando to adapt to WWE's methods. So they're going to train people, and then they're going to eventually build a PC out there or something adjacent. And don't be shocked if there's one in Japan and then one all over the world. That's Dana White's and TKO / Endeavor's vision for the MMA as well. They've been for years and years and years now. The Mexican PI just opened. I think they're trying to do one in India eventually. They've put a big footprint in Australia. They've done tons of work there. Lots of good, yeah, I'd say a good handful of MMA talent comes from that part of the world. Europe and Russia and shit, you gotta think is on the docket, and we see a bit of that if you pay attention, if you watch this show and you pay attention to what WWE's doing lately, and like Prime doing deals with like WXW and shit like that. It's all, and what I brought up before, what the WWE ID / GCW is doing, going all over. It's all starting to come together, and if you guys are triggered by WWE being global now, wait until it goes fucking uber global over the next like decade, 20 years, you know? And so lastly, though, to end with Hulk Hogan, and then I'll check in with chat. Not to end, we still have lots more news, but we're just going to break this up here. So Hulk Hogan, one of the wrestlers, speaking of like developing young talent and everything, they did a tribute to Hulkster on NXT. And one of the talents questioned tributes to Hulk Hogan. And I just think, now again, if you don't give a fuck about wrestling enough to where you don't care and you're like, whatever, this means nothing to me, then yeah, go out on a limb, but say what you want. And I'm not saying people should censor themselves, but there's a point of being professional. There's a level of professionalism as well that just goes to people making a business that you're trying to break into. There wouldn't even be one without Hulkster, right? And so this gentleman, Jamar Hampton, said, is this really who we should be celebrating? Do your research. And so it's like, well, you didn't do any research then, because it's well documented, as Titus O'Neil and Eric Bischoff and many other people stated, about him doing things to try and rectify that. And from everyone in the past, innumerable people of color from the past, if you want to chalk it up to that, or just if you want to go black men, right? But just innumerable people who idolized him and said, no, he was good to me my whole goddamn life. And I don't know. So like, you're Jamar Hampton, whoever you are, you're some young herb dude trying to break in, and like, if you don't give a fuck about wrestling, then sure, maybe just, or like WWE, and you'd rather be a guy who's like, nah, when keeping it real goes wrong. If you want to be one of those guys, then like, okay, go right ahead. But we've all seen the fucking sketch, and yeah, it's just, I'm not saying like he should be fired and reprimanded, but the same way on the Unreal show that Tiffany Stratton, which by the way, if that shit was real too, speaking of Unreal, then Phil was right again when all you assholes in the chat and the comments and on Twitter were like, Phil got worked. When it came to fucking me saying, dude, they went off script on that Tiffany Charlotte shit. Now everyone's just like, oh, it was a shoot. Triple H, really? And you saw on the show, he goes back there and he's like, what was on script and what wasn't? And Triple H is a fucking man. He walks right up to Tiffy. He looks her dead in the face and goes, what wasn't on script? What was on script? And then she's like looking at whoever her writer or producer or whoever, right? Like there was that lady was in the meetings too. And whoever she was, she's like kind of talking for Tiffy, but she's like, well, the last part wasn't. And then he's like, okay, she's got to go fucking apologize, right? It's exactly what I said. I'm like, they're professional. They know they're going to shoot a little bit. They're going to work it out in the back. Hey, does this draw money? Okay, let's shake hands. Let's go put on the best match ever. We don't got to like each other right now. This is fucking business, you know? And we have some comments on that from Ric Flair in a little bit. But it's super funny how, if we're to believe the Unreal show and then all the sheets going, oh, in Unreal, it was revealed this thing that Phil Marks said that everyone said he was worked over. Fucking hilarious. Seth Rollins isn't hurt. Eat my butt cheeks. Okay. But yeah, don't worry about it, brother. Just stay in your lane, dude. You're so far removed, Jack, whatever your name was. Hampton, Jamar Hampton, brother. Just stay in your lane and don't worry about that, because you don't want heat on you right now from like, because that's how it would be in any industry. Like, you know, there's lots of people who loved Hulk Hogan. So just, you know, pay respects. Just be respectful. Someone passed. And yeah. Don't work yourself into a shoot, brother, as Hulk Hogan famously once said. Okay, let me check in with chat. Here. So 626 for 2 says Vince speeding listening to Stand Back. 626 for 2 says Vince listening to Fiend by Travis Scott driving 80. Yeah, exactly. Fiend. Oh, I love this song, pal. What an amazing song. Oh, God. What a reckless bump. You botched my spot, you asshole. That's funny, dude. I totally ruined my voice doing that whole bit. Wrestling Jesus, Hulkster rose from the dead on the third day. Obviously, the vitamins and prayers worked, kids. Hogan gonna complain about that tombstone for years. Hogan didn't want an Undertaker. Is Phil calling him brother because he's doing a Hogan impersonation, or like because his name is Jamar? Well, let me tell you something, dude. I apologize to the brothers. Okay, Jack? Okay, brothers? Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I'm never going to tell anyone how to feel about that, but there's just something to be said about it. You're not cool because you do like it's so hacky and just lame, and like to like tap dance on someone's grave. It's just such a fucking dumb thing to do, bro, in a civilized society. Right? You're allowed to say fuck that guy, but just like, relax a bit. What if the Unreal show, especially from people who will cancel people who make jokes about shit that they did? I don't know. It's just people are too moist, and I just can't. You guys know 100 other people have said this. I don't need to go fucking keep saying the same thing everyone said for the last week, but okay, so let's get into more news. Crazy how Hogan's retirement was bigger than Cena's. You need to see that Joe DeRosa Never Promised You a Rose Garden special. Yeah, I thought he owned a sandwich shop and quit fucking comedy. So I'll check out. I've seen him on pods and shit, but I'll check that out. I've seen it come in my algorithm. I'm like, not the biggest Joe DeRosa fan. But his arguments with like Troy Kwan on old Opie and Anthony and shit, those are hilarious bits. Okay. Yeah, I need to chug down some Wata here. I'm Gen X. I experienced Hulkamania in real time. Dude was more over than any wrestler, more than Stone Cold and Rock. Yeah. Okay, so let's Hogan was cremated because he refused to be buried. That's awesome. Okay, let's continue along with more WWE. So we talked a little bit about Charlotte and Tiffany before, and how on the Unreal series it was revealed that Phil Marks did not miss again, even though everyone was burying me online saying I got worked. And Tiffany did go off script a bit there, and then they just apologized, shook hands, and did business per the request of the leader, Triple H, Booker of the Year. And so Ric Flair had comments after all this time on Tiffany bringing up Charlotte Flair's divorce and said it was a cheap shot, which it kind of was. But at the same time, you guys are making fun of each other's like plastic surgery faces. And yeah, these women went low, dude. Women get real catty fast. That's what they do. So let's listen to what Flair had to say.
I didn't like when the personal stuff came out.
You're talking about
with Tiffany.
Yeah, you know what? I'm embarrassed for her. And I'm not going to say anymore. I don't want it to affect anything.
I get it.
That was the cheapest shit I've ever heard in my life.
I wasn't sure if it was a work or a shoot.
What's that?
I wasn't sure if it was a work or a shoot.
Well, whatever it was hurtful.
Yeah.
And if it was a shoot, that's even worse.
Right.
Because that's nothing to joke about. Does that make sense?
100%.
Yeah, so there's Flair's feelings on that. But yeah, it was kind of funny to see all the dirt sheets, like it wasn't a work and everything. It's revealed in this show, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, where the fuck were all your sources then? It's so funny. Speaking of which, WWE returns to Japan this October. Speaking of Japan, I talked about NXT, etc. In Mexico, and a PC in Mexico, and Nevada possibly having one along with the residency, and then also a super show in Japan. So they're doing these super shows in Mexico, they're doing these super shows in Japan. Now, what's the play here? Why don't they do Raws there and shit like that? You might be wondering. I think they're just trying to put on these huge shows untelevised, and then they'll do like just train people to want them even in an international market. like, let's say they film this shit and put it on after on Netflix on the air, or like in the future, or let's say they're training people like the American and North American fan base now to be like, oh, I'll watch this Japan PLE or whatever the fuck. Maybe that's a play. I don't really know, but it would serve them well to do a run of shows like, yeah, we'll do Raw and SmackDown from Japan or something like that. But they're just expanding internationally. They do go to Japan. WWE's always tried to make it out there, but this whole, like, we're doing a super show in Japan, a super show in Mexico, and it gets treated like this big deal, but it's untelevised and it's stuff for the internet to speculate on and people looking up the results like back in the day and da-da-da. And it's more than just like a basic ass house show. I mean, how long will this last before they have to go back to doing house shows? Because the market demand, you know, they like eventually they'll have to start lowering tickets again and shit. But for now, they're riding this wave, and it's good for them to be able to do this, and it's good for the fans in these places because then they get like the top stars at these shows instead of like, oh, we're going to Poughkeepsie, we're going to fucking, I don't know, some random middle of nowhere place, Springfield, wherever. And so we'll send one, you know, like Gunther, you get out there, and then it's just like mid card and lower because it's like a whatever town. Now it's like even super shows like these live events are marketed as like these big things, and you can only see it you know, once if you're there type shit. And whereas AEW should get away, AEW should go old school and do the old school fucking territory house show TV taping route and just start really building true fans in all these places. Because like WWE's at the point now they can show up in a country or a continent and go, we're here, and then everyone pulls up. You know, we're here for 2 nights. Fucking better get here. Better come to us. We're Kiss, you know, we're Metallica. We're the bee's knees. We're the cat's pajamas. And then AEW, it's like they got to do Arena Mexico with CMLL, or they do the night after New Japan in the Tokyo Dome, and it draws less than just the New Japan guys. So they should really start focusing on like building real fans in the nooks and crannies while WWE's pulling away from, we're going to go do house shows in buttfuck nowhere. AEW should go, we're going to go do house shows in all the places. We're going to do shows in buttfuck nowhere. That's what they should be doing. But instead they're not. And they're not studying the business. That's why, Brian. So Chelsea Green would love doing some non-WWE work for Netflix. Shit, who wouldn't? I would love to host some Netflix shows. If there's a Netflix Christmas movie they want me to star in, I will go. I'll do it. They should do that. She would be awesome as like Lindsay Lohan's sister or like best friend in one of these fucking, I'm old but need to find a guy. No offense. Not hating on you. I'm not hating on you, but you guys know what I'm talking about. It's like Lindsay's got one for every fucking holiday now. It's Halloween and I need to find a man, and I'm a cougar now who focused on my career too long, you know? So she would be awesome in that. She would be good hosting one of those like goofy cooking shows or one of those challenge shows like The Floor is Lava or something, but like not that, you know, like its own thing. So yeah, I would scoop up Chelsea Green immediately if that was an option. She's primed up for it. Dude, that show Unreal, because we're always like, Chelsea gets it, right? And people in the IWC in general are like, Chelsea Green gets it. She just understands it. And I've been a fan of her since the Laurel Van Ness days, the Deep Dark Impact days. I stayed a TNA fan. And so, because when did she debut? Like 2013, 2014, 2015, something like that. And so on Unreal, dude, she just proves she gets it. And her attitude is so, she's like, I'm not a crier. I just like control what I can control. And I can control my attitude towards shit. And goddamn, that's inspirational. And she really does get it. Now, who are we to tell her who gets it? Bruh, you can see it. It just made me a fan of hers like 100 times even more than I already am. That show. So WWE Raw, speaking of Netflix, for last Monday's episode, stayed even with the prior week. The hours viewed were best since June 9th. The show scored 2.7 million views globally, 5.7 million hours viewed. Number 5 the prior week, number 5 globally, number 4 in the US. this week. And then as we saw in Canada here, it was number 4, and then Unreal was 5. And then NXT was 7 in the top 10 in Canada here. So good shit, pal. Speaking of good shit, congrats to friend of the show, Big Trouble Ben Bishop, quadruple B, or no, not quadruple B. I'm an idiot, but BT double B. Okay. I'll give myself a dummy.
Dummy, yeah.
But he's been on PWT before, and I'll get him back on for you guys sooner or later. But he got a tryout with WWE, and shout him out, man. I really hope he gets signed up. I'd love to see him tear it up in NXT, and he is a ginormous dude. That would be an awesome heater. He doesn't take himself too seriously either, and he gets it. Another person who gets it, and he will most definitely be a valuable addition to like someone's faction or something, or like him. And I know it's too much factions, but in NXT there are a lot of groups. But okay, then put like him with, because like the QCC's sort of falling apart, so put him with like Ren Sinclair or something like that, and have them just do funny shit, and he's like a heater for someone or something, you know. That would be awesome. So confirmed among the names set for WWE tryouts this week. At the top of the list, LJ Cleary. So friend of the show, right? So Husey was pumped about this, and he's like, this would be a good pickup
Allegedly
for WWE here. He was DMing me, and LJ Cleary, I hope he gets picked up. That's Lyra Valkyria's husband or fiance in real life. Husband, I think. And he's just really small, that's all. But he's in really good shape, and he's a good wrestler, and that's what NXT's for, dude. If Noam Dar can get over and shit, why can't LJ Cleary come in? Ben Bishop, I mean, he would be signed as a fucking immediately for me. Like, he can learn. So this is LJ Cleary. Ben Bishop can just, even if he can't work, which he can, he's been working all the big names on the indies. But even if he couldn't, it's like you can learn as we go. You know, he's better than Omos, and Omos is learning as he goes, you know? So, and that's not a knock on Omos. It's just Bishop is. He understands the psychology of it a little bit better, I think. And he knows how to drum up a storm on the internet, but not in a way that turns people off, in a way that's gotten people interested in him. And LJ Cleary's already like a really good wrestler in Europe. He's like one of their top guys. That's like, you know, on the indie scene, they consider him, I guess, to be like one of their main dudes, right? So again, wouldn't be bad to have a guy like that on your fucking roster. Maybe a European title gets brought back to the fold. I don't know. I'm just making shit up here. But LJ Cleary, Ben Bishop, Megan Walker, Mike Cunningham, Golden Boy Santos, Zoe Sager, Jaquan McNair, CBL. JBL's like, that's my gimmick. Rain Leverkusen, Anita Vaughn, Ariana Milan, Eli Knight. Yeah, we covered him before on the show. He's this young prospect who he can just flip and flop and fly around and shit. And he's really cool. He's like a very impressive high flyer. But he's got to work on that psychology. And if they brought him in, it's like, does he just come in and one up a guy like Javon Evans, who's like one of their high flyers, or does he come in and one up like a Ray Phoenix or something like that? They wouldn't main roster him right away. He's too young, but you guys know what I'm saying. Will Cruz, Ellen B. Akasen, Eduardo Godino, Vincent King, Zoe Hines, CJ Felder, and Aiden Bigu. So shout them all out, man. That's the SummerSlam tryouts, and hopefully a few of those people get picked and get some good looks. Because, yeah, we're going to need to bolster up the roster if we're talking about more and more shows, right? And more countries and continents getting involved in pro wrestling again, or at least with WWE, maybe for the first time. And also, I say, like in my 2K25 universe mode, you got to split up NXT into brands soon. and do hard brand splits. Raw, SmackDown, NXT, NXT. In my universe, I do NXT Gold and NXT Platinum. Those are the two brands because we're getting bloated on the roster side. But speaking of the Performance Center, Tiffany Stratton says she's proof that the WWE Performance Center works. She says, I'm dyslexic as fuck. I am from the WWE Performance Center. I am a homegrown talent, so I am proof that the Performance Center works. And there you go. She's a top star. It's the smartest thing they ever done in pro wrestling. Speaking of guys floating around, War is coming to Bloodsport. Ivar, Eric, the War Raiders are looking to conquer new ground or die trying. They will be at Josh Barnett's Bloodsport. So he's just riddling his Bloodsport cards with WWE talent. And again, who wouldn't if they're available to you? It's the crossover with GCW as well. And it's good that these guys can get work in other places. We talked about WWE Unreal enough tonight. But Adam Schefter, who, I mean, the reason for this too is that Peyton Manning executive produced this whole fucking Unreal show. Y'all know that, right? So likely he put up the most money or his, right? It's just something, he's the top credited executive producer for the show. Right when the show ends, Peyton Manning's name pops up. So Adam Schefter, he's an ESPN senior NFL insider, host of the Adam Schefter podcast. He has 11.5 million followers on here. And he just posted the NFL Films and Omaha Productions, the team behind Quarterback, now bring their storytelling skills to a new sport. WWE Unreal on Netflix takes fans to where they've never been before. Inside WWE's creative process featuring the industry's biggest stars. Series drops today. It's just crazy having him post about it. Like, he's a serious, legit sport guy, sports guy. Speaking of serious and legit, man, Jelly Roll was at NXT chilling, just soaking it all in. And just taking it seriously, spending his time at the PC, and he's bitten by the fucking wrestling bug. And whether you think it's cringe or not, he takes it serious. So I'm okay with it. And I'm actually pumped for SummerSlam. I'm actually excited for his match, which I will do a special recorded podcast during the week here, a couple days out of a SummerSlam preview show. Speaking of SummerSlam, Rikishi, Muscleman Malcolm points out that Rikishi and Haku have both canceled their WrestleCon appearances. So, I mean, come on, dude. We have Jacob versus Solo in a cage, and both their fucking dads / unks canceled their WrestleCon appearances. So, will they be there? That would be fucking awesome. They should have did that a long time ago in the Pinnacle before like the Wild Samoans passed away, or Sika. Has Alpha passed away as well? Sorry. I apologize. We've had so many losses in wrestling over the last couple of years, especially, man, really think about a few years. It's devastating, but they should have did that at the peak where they brought out all the Samoans and had like a ceremony. I know they did it on like a live event a little bit with the Wild Samoans who came out, but I don't know. It's weird they never pulled the trigger on that on Raw before that Mania there, before Tribal Combat. So Stephanie Vaquer, everybody in the IWC on the Sicko side, they like to try and get triggered over Stephanie Vaquer's Devil's Kiss move. Okay. And people, even like Matt Morgan, who's a friend of the show. He's my buddy, my pal. And even he disagrees with me on this. He would say like, nah, it undermines the move, like Booker T's reaction to it. But she enjoys it. And she multiple times now has said, I miss Booker. And like, she loves the move. For everybody crying like, oh, it's sexualizing her. And then you have Toni Storm eating Monet's vagina and talking about her lips. And they're all like, oh, that's Toni Storm. It's so awesome. But then she just does a move where it's like a faceplant DDT, but she just does multiple. Or it's like a triangle trap DDT with the legs, and but she does multiple of them. That's sexualizing just because Booker was like, and it caught on. It's so stupid. But Vaquer misses Booker, and she loves the move, and she loves how over it is.
I really miss Booker T.
Me too.
I love Booker T, and that I love this because he just feel and and people now really feel that. So I love it. And in NXT, the crowd all the time remember that, and we hear people remember that. So I love it.
My favorite was when you pointed to Booker T as you were about to hit the Devil's Kiss.
Yeah, I really miss the Booker T.
Yeah, I mean, there has to be something about like you hear Booker T.
See, she loves it, and it's not in a she loves it, bro. Mind your business, right? No, it's a look at the smile on her face and her saying, I miss Booker T. And she loves how over the move is. She says Booker was just feeling it. He goes, and then the whole crowd now goes, And this move that people already cheered and popped for got new life and a new infinite. People will never not go, It'll be in the video games and everything from now on. She loves it because it's the easiest move in her arsenal. One of the easiest moves she does in her arsenal. She can do it until she's fucking 60 years old. It'll be no sweat. It's all on the person selling it, and it's doing the least amount of shit and getting the biggest reaction, which is what pro wrestling is all about, which is what Rhea Ripley, Damian Priest, everybody points out on Unreal as well. That's why Rhea's the best and the top star in the world, Dave Meltzer. It's not because she goes out there and fucking does Ospreay's bullshit. It's because she does the least possible but is the most over, and she gets the most out of the least. That's what pro wrestling's always been about, man.
Do that the first time and you're like, what is he doing? But then within a week, I mean 1 week later, it's caught on like that. But when you hear people, right, because sometimes there's two different responses. I think that's what you were saying, Megan, that sometimes instead of saying the crowd starts going 1, 2, 3. When you're doing that, right, and when you're in the middle of the Devil's Kiss and you're attacking your opponent with all the muscles and the legs, and you're hearing the fans chant, is there part of you that's going, no, that's not how you do it. You gotta
I love when people start to 1, 2, 3 because I count down 1, 2 with the people. Yeah, I love when Booker T say
She likes any reaction, Sam Roberts, you fucking worm.
Because it's different expression, and I think people love that, so I like to.
Yeah, she's a gem. She is a gem. So there's Hulk Hogan, brother. That's the picture I'm going to keep in WWE news for a while now. You know, it'll rotate out eventually. But here's Montez Ford. He was on Giga Chad Van Vliet. I meant to bring this to the show a while ago. Again, the bookmarks were fucking up, but I kept it in the back pocket. We have it here at the show now. Here's Montez Ford and a preview of his interview that I think may have came out already, but let's take a look here. Some people were roasting him for this. They're like, he rehearsed this bullshit.
I'm on the echelon now. So what's holding me back? What is holding me back? Is it me? Is it me? Is it me? Is it me being silly, not being serious about my potential? How far I can grow? Is that what it is, Chris? Is it the fact that I have to stop holding back and acting like everything is okay when I know deep down I'm hurting because I'm not being taken serious.
He's just working. He's working because he's about to get a fucking heel run on his own. It has to be sooner or later. It has to. So WWE partners with Breath Death to destroy bad breath. So this is made by Aiden Ross, Logan Paul, Jake Paul. So don't take this stuff. It'll probably kill you and your cat. Right? I mean, they're fucking. I mean, this is all jokes here, folks. But I mean, their Lunchables were moldy. They're fucking. This guy, like, you know, his CryptoZoo shit fell through. He's like suing CoffeeZilla over exposing, and then he's launching other companies and shit. Just brush your goddamn teeth and use some Listerine, chew some gum. Don't eat shit all day, every fucking day. Your breath will smell fine. And don't take anything Aiden Ross gives you. You trust a motherfucker who looks like that dude. Dude, I have a great idea. Everyone like has breath, you know? So let's do something for their breath. Everyone has to like breathe, bro, you know? Dude, I had no idea. So the former Sonya Deville is so loyal to WWE that she feels weird to think about wrestling elsewhere. And that's why she sort of does work with Invicta and TNA. And good on her, man. And it's not about kissing the company's ass. It'll get you far. It's not about that, but Dave and the Observer will spin it that way to their fucking sicko message board readers and shit. And really, they should be applauding her because what is she going to do in AEW? Get made fun of by her fans? Get signed there while Tony Khan's a top player? I mean, it's quite foolish if he wouldn't work there. Why their roster's bloated? They can't use everyone. Tony Khan's saying half the roster's hurt from their fucking casino gauntlet match, and half the women in the fucking show don't exist, so they can't have a tag division, according to him. So why? Like, she should stay loyal. Ken Anderson would love to work in WWE as a wrestler or coach. Who fucking wouldn't? And with a new regime, he should be lobbying. With people saying we've had a change of heart, he should be lobbying. Although he did kind of go hard on WWE for a lot of years. Triple H, Orton, and them took that shit personally. So I don't know, man. I don't know if this regime will welcome him back in. But he did train Tiffy, and like he helped break her in, I guess. And I think he'd be a great addition. You know, he is an underrated dude. But Ken Anderson interested in WWE return. I feel like I can still go. I have some gas in the tank. Yeah, who doesn't? I want a job with the Fed too, bro. Fucking hire me. Who doesn't want to get hired by WWE right now? So tomorrow, Cody Rhodes will be on Hot Ones. Maybe I'll do a fucking run in and we'll EFAP this, or maybe I'll do it on Patreon. But yeah, I'll probably do it on Patreon because they'll probably snipe me for just this clip as well. Shout you out, Hot Ones and Sean Evans. And yeah, Cody Rhodes on Hot Ones. Love to see it.
Remember that speech Pullman gives at Independence Day?
Yeah, I need that right now.
Will not go quietly another night. Not give up without a fight. Yeah, that sucks, dude.
With wrestling, there's a lot of lore surrounding unwritten rules.
Here's the acceptable amount of comp tickets: 2 to 4. Oh, how many do you need? It's my hometown. I need 40. Do you know how much money that is?
2 to 4 comp tickets. So Chelsea Green in the Unreal show, she's like, you know what? She was at the Vancouver show. She's like, I have like 17 people coming. I don't know if that was all comped, you know, but 40 comp tickets. Yeah, you can't be doing that.
You ever been sucker punch?
You know what? No, I don't think.
Dude, it's rough. I got sucker punched at a Jimmy Buffett concert.
Fact or fiction, Travis Scott busted your eardrum and gave you a black eye with that stiff slap.
Travis did do that. That's a fact. He has a big old hand. So yes, it did bust my eardrum. There's this thing in wrestling called hot stuff. It's a pepper spray, and it brings out the capillaries, breaks the blood vessels. It's outlawed.
And that's where we're at.
Yeah, rubbing the bomb.
That bomb shit's the worst, man. It made my lips swell up the first time I ever tried it. And I'm not joking. Like, my lips swelled up a little bit. It was like, what the fuck,
I'm
man?
on myself. Remember that speech?
But yeah, I've eaten me and my wife like spicy, you know? Like, I can get real spicy with the fucking hot sauce and the peppers and stuff. But that bomb stuff is just like, it should be, yeah, like put in, it's not good. You know, the flavor's not even good. Okay, so Stephanie McMahon talks to John Cena on her podcast. What's Your Story, which drops tomorrow morning. Here's a clip of it.
I mean, your life is here to live. You're not here to.
So that's what I'm here for. And a byproduct of enjoying and embracing the lightning bolt is a lot of time on the canvas, which has been super awesome. But it's also like time for that to be over. If you want to be full-time in this, it's a difficult juggling act. Just from the way I invest in this. That's not anyone else's perspective but me. But from the way I push my chips into this, it is tough to carry people along with you. They need to ride the wake. They can't run next to you. And that's just me. And
fuck yeah,
I running right. A schedule like I was doing in 2013 would destroy me right now. So this is a risk of like, why are you choosing to hang it up? You're in shape. Life is good. You look good. You can still jump high and move fast. It will ruin me and ruin my relationship. And that's the tip of my spear. So I got to close a chapter. That's it.
Yeah, I think we all get that. If you're worrying why people, I mean, that's just sickos. That's just sickos and wackos, dude.
When you're doing it in grand fashion.
Yeah, he's crushing the game, dude. Speaking of crushing the game, it is Ren's Day. It's also Rusev Day, but it's also Ren's Day here. And she's talking about watching Evolve tonight. How many of you in chat watched Evolve? Let me know. But here is Ren. The QCC is like falling apart. I don't know if you guys are watching NXT or not. Pardon me. And Mariah May's getting a lot of heat for her fucking promo. They're like, oh, it's a phoned in hacky promo. God, man. It's just they think what she's gonna like. AEW had you guys are saying that's the best shit in their whole history because nothing's been that good there. So in WWE now they're gonna build up to her best shit. They don't just do it all at once. They don't just throw everything at the fucking wall. They don't just buy a cake and shove the whole thing in their fucking face and then let the leftovers drip on the floor and just go, oh, whatever. So I'll buy a new cake next week. They don't do that, bro. You eat a slice, you fucking go, You take a bite, you're like, God damn, right? And then you build up to it. Put it in the fridge, save some for tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. Anyways, I don't know how I got off on that tangent because people are shitting on NXT, I guess. That was my NXT review, folks. No, it was a good episode. Really was. And the whole Trick NA and I don't know. It was all good with the fallout from the Undertaker stuff. And Santino Marella fought Ethan Page. He hit him with the Cobra after the show went off the air. Again, a little virality action, a little moment to keep people interested after the show goes off the air and the next day to keep the news cycle about them. WWE does that tries to do that with every single show now. And they explain it on Unreal, which again, Phil don't miss again. But the main event was really solid too, but Ren Sinclair and the Ren QCC. So Tavion like won a match and he doesn't have to be part of the NQCC. He's not forced to be in it anymore or whatever. And so let's check out what Ren has to say. Hopefully she's not too emotional. Our girl here, it is Ren's Day. Let's tap in.
Hey guys, happy Ren's Day. So like we are sad that Tavion left, but also like he kind of really wanted to. And if you love something, you're supposed to let it go. But anyways, so we are gonna try to start today on a lighter note. And so I have a guest. She like practically begged me. So like be nice to her, guys. It's Kendall Gray.
First off, why are you telling everyone I was begging you? You literally was begging me.
Okay, but you don't need to tell them that. This is my show. Don't embarrass me. But you're trying to embarrass me. I'm not. Anyways, guys, so I explained it to her. I'm going to ask her questions that you guys asked. So here we go. Hello? Question number 1. What's your favorite thing about Ren's Days?
For me, it's definitely PWT Ren's Day, every Ren's Day. The fact that it's on Rusev Day. And hanging out with the PWT universe for sure.
Can we go to the next question, please?
Yeah. Question number 2. How has Ren's career positively impacted your everyday life?
Great bits on the show. Elevated everyone in the NQCC. Just all around elevating everyone around her, including the IWC.
Why are you taking so long? Yourself. Okay, question number 3, the final question. So you should probably answer this one.
Okay, this be good, actually.
Yeah, it's going to be. What is your favorite match?
I would say Kurt Angle and.
Sorry, actually, it says, what is your favorite Ren Sinclair match?
Ren versus Mariah May. Blake Monroe, rather.
I thought you wanted me on here to ask me about Kendall.
Oh, guys, that's all the time we have left. I'm so sorry.
No. Okay. Next question. Psych.
Okay. There you go. Getting Kendall Gray over there. How dare she shove our girl? And that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE News and Ren's. So how's chat doing? I'm going to check in with chat, guys. There's over 300 watching. If you're on X, come on over to youtube.com/@prowrestleclips. And we will see you over here on YouTube. Hit subscribe. We're almost at 7K subs, man. We're like 50 subs away, I think, from 7K subs. So come subscribe to the YouTube channel. The link is somewhere around there for sure, 100%. And somewhere on X, if you're over on X. And come on over, vote in the poll, hit like, hit subscribe, become a member. Only 99 cents. You get access to my bonus show every Monday. Also, yeah, you can super chat in, you can gift memberships, and you can join the Discord and all that good shit. I have a Patreon if you support what I do and want tons of exclusive content, or if anything gets nuked off YouTube, it ends up over there. I'm going to check in with chat, and then I want to see Flutes in the chat, because I believe, dude, we did a bunch of segments tonight. We did like every goddamn segment, even retro. Okay? So there's only one thing left to do tonight. You guys know what it is, but we are going to have to check in with you all first. Cash Monet for 2 says, did some say La Parka? Yeah, no, we did La Parka lore. We did La Parka lore, dude. We have to do, we did Penta and Octagon lore. We'll do someone else, maybe Rey Mysterio another time. PM Cruz with Flutes. That's awesome, Phil. And that rude dude got thrown out, Jack, because what you going to do when the PWT runs wild on you? On my 2K23 game, I put Hogan and John Cena, Shinsuke Nakamura, and Tozawa. Okay. Fantasy Mark booking here. The Argument's favorite movie is Time Cop. Chat is a disaster right now. What happened in chat? I actually think Lodi did win that argument, Brian. The Argument beat Stone Cold and The Rock in the same night. Who's The Argument? I'm out of the loop. See, chat has a mind of its own. That's why if you're over on X, you want to come over to YouTube, okay? It's truly the greatest fucking funniest community. Truly. So chat is a disaster. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? A bro got ran. Lodi's dumb argument. No clue. Yeah, it's all good. Dynamite was a shit show. Yes, it was. It was a shit show. It was just uninteresting. So, okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get Flutes in the chat. You already know what's coming. Round of applause for you all for being here tonight, too. I really... Guys, Saturday and Sunday, I'll be going live for both nights of SummerSlam, too. You guys know I bring the fucking heat, and we put on some of the best fucking shows here. Maybe I'll have some friends swing through, pal. I'll definitely have a sweet panel to preview SummerSlam, hopefully tomorrow, if I can pull it off, or maybe post SummerSlam. I have post SummerSlam some guests lined up that are going to be fun as shit, brother, and interesting and whatnot. And if you're a member, I alluded to it a little bit already. So, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, I need some fucking soda water. Um, 626 for 2 says the shit show in chat is our gimmick, brother. Yeah, I love it, dude. And I'm loving every minute of it. Down, down, down. Now be gone. No. We need Flutes in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, because it is time for everyone's favorite segment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
This just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and Flutes.
So here is Dave Meltzer talking about WWE brainwashing. They're brainwashed, Brian. Actually, it's brainwashing. And I quote tweeted this, and I was like, Meltzer needs to wash the fucking hair dye out of the Just for Men out of his brain. And then some people were responding. They're like, he's not wrong here, though, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I didn't say he's wrong. Why on Twitter everyone just adds shit that doesn't need to be added? But, the WWE brainwashing thing, it's just the way he phrases it, bro. People train their fucking audiences. This happens everywhere, in every sport, in every television show. It's what you do, man. And it's not brainwashing about these random stats. Like Dave Meltzer spurgs out here about, oh, well, to pretend like women and children didn't love wrestling before WWE. They don't say that. No one's saying that. You're just like adding that part. What WWE says is like wrestling wasn't as popular and WWE made it into this global phenomenon. That's the truth. On a global scale, it wasn't as popular. Okay? Now, some people can say, oh, it killed the territories and all that shit. I don't know about all that. It might have saved pro wrestling in general, because if they all started going downhill, someone else would have, if Vince didn't scoop them all up, someone else would have came up with the idea. So you're just mad at like history playing out the way it fucking played out. It's just silly, man. And this whole brainwashing bit, like, no, Dave's not right here, because he's not right in the head is the problem. And then he's trying to tell you, he's trying to project that onto you and his audience of dumb fucks. I don't feel brainwashed. You're like, the Tony Khan sicko cult is the most brainwashed shit ever, because it's disingenuous. And I don't even say that's necessarily brainwashed. It's just cultish. It's like, what the fuck? Now, typically cults involve brainwashing, okay, to some degree. What would be labeled as that. But it's like, Dave, you got to get the fuck out of here and stop with this fucking nonsense. You're still triggered about Mania 3 and their attendance. And you're still triggered about all how they changed history, but you don't get triggered when AEW lies about Wembley's attendance, or when they do a AEW All Access show where they lie about their history. You don't keep the same energy. You're truly agenda driven. And to sit there and criticize someone else for being agenda driven, for this big global entertainment conglomerate to be agenda driven, that like you can't rack your brain around that one, Brian. When you're the same, it's just projection onto WWE now. Let's take a listen.
They've successfully brainwashed a lot of people about, the idea that wrestling was never popular before. And
it wasn't as, has WWE ever said wrestling wasn't, it was never popular before us? I don't think they've ever said that. In fact, the opposite. They go, Ric Flair was the biggest star. We'll take it. What Vince did was he scooped up the biggest stars from every territory. Everybody fucking explains it, whether they praise it or not. It's not a brainwash thing, Dave. You're trying to brainwash people. That's the fucking problem. You've lulled a bunch of dumb fucks into believing this shit. When your show glitches out and you switch over to your phone and shit, Dave, you're actually subliminally he's sending messages into their brains. The QR codes are mixing up with the chakras. And you're fucking with people because, okay, did WWE lie about history in some DVDs? Yep. Is AEW going to do that in their book? And have they done it on reality shows and shit too? Yep. Would everybody lie about the history of what? Yep, it's a carny fucking wrestling business. If WCW was around, they'd lie about it too a bit. If ECW's around, they all lie about how fucking this and that. But they tell stories about ECW being kind of hotter than it was, at some of the points in time there. Or even Heyman will say it was the number 2 next to WWE at one point over WCW. Like, I don't know, man. That seems like a fib, but are you mad at that? No, it's fucking pro wrestling, dude. It's a carny business. Like, what is Dave? The brainwashing? No, Dave, this is called just like working and training your audience and just controlling your own narrative, which is what you do for AEW, which is what Tony Khan does, which is what everybody fucking does for their brand. It's crazy.
Wrestling was never popular before. And women never went to wrestling.
Where did anyone ever say women never went to wrestling? I want a quote. Chat, pull a quote. Where has anyone ever said women didn't go to wrestling before WWE?
Kids never went to wrestling.
Kids never went. Whoever said that? I don't believe anyone who's ever said that.
Families never went to wrestling.
Families never went. I'd never heard anyone ever say that.
And it's just like, oh my God, when I went to...
No, Dave, it's just that Hulk Hogan blew it up to a global to where families all over the globe know the name Hulk Hogan to this day. You can go to any country and say WWE or Hulk Hogan right now, and someone knows what the fuck you're talking about. Whereas before that, in the Mid-South when I was in the territories, Brian, yes, I get it. The Mid-South and Southern territories aren't greater than the planet of Earth.
When I went to wrestling for the first time when I was 11 years old, the place was swarming with kids. The myths of that Vince and these guys have created,
that you just made up in your head and then created to have a bunch of dumb fucks out there repeat the shit on the internet like it's fact.
About wrestling. It's unbelievable. It like blew my mind. Some of the questions that I was being asked just blew my mind.
Being asked by who, Dave? By your constituents? By normal, regular people on the outside who aren't in this fucking smart bubble that you think represents the audience at large that doesn't? You're condescending to real professionals who may have asked you real questions in the real world, or real sensible everyday folk, that you are an elitist, schmarmy, cocksucking, condescending, looking down at them. Fuck you. So again, I pointed this out here. Triple H lays out what happened with The Rock, the phone call on WWE Unreal. And so I just posted, see, The Rock and Dave Meltzer are liars. Rock lied in that McAfee interview. Meltzer lied because it was a day that ended in Y. One is a Hollywood actor with media training. The other pretends he's trained in the media and is presenting facts and news. Both full of shit. Now, I like The Rock. I'm not trying to shit on The Rock, but like I think he gets too much flack sometimes because realistically he's made more bangers than not, I'd say, movie-wise. And Hollywood is unforgiving, you know, much more unforgiving than wrestling and shit. But he was in on it like the whole goddamn time. So Rock just told a white lie on McAfee, and then Dave was like, oh, yeah, I mean, he was reading The Observer when he was a kid, Brian. We covered that. Dewey Smart, he was like, you know, a kid reading The Observer. And I mean, he confirmed, Dwayne said it. He confirmed what I said. I told you. And everyone's like, you need to apologize to Meltzer for a broken clock being right, according to a liar Rock, that then is, if we're to believe this show, is fucking, so then Rock's lying. He was lying to McAfee and I was right again. There you go, Dave. And I don't even care about being right like that, but because you do, it gives me great pleasure. Gives me great fucking pleasure. I also wrote this. The best is how Dave Meltzer and Brian Alvarez had a schmarmy, condescending, dumb fuck hissy fit about the iShow Speed stuff being used in the trailer for WWE Unreal, scoffing at how phony it is, only for it to not be presented as real. It's just them setting up the bit. And then the bit, what they use, like the segment is them setting up the bit. The trailer that they put out there was the bit that was used on TV and at the Rumble. And Dave and fucking Brian, oh, this is the phoniest show ever, Brian. So speaking of phony, you know, Meltzer said, do the Oscars vote on best movie or do they just give it to the best box office? Hollywood and a movie that comes out once a year or every 4 years isn't the same thing as a weekly television live entertainment sports event product. Dave Meltzer, you stupid, dumb fucking idiot who, if you if you weren't too stubborn to study the business and tried Wagyu beef once in your life, you'd understand this. So he says box office is important, but by that argument, the most impressive is CMLL. He keeps trying to do this thing where CMLL's number one, if not AEW. They're partners since they run the same building 52 to 156 times a year, and WWE only runs places once or twice in a year. Jesus. Dave, when WWE goes to one of these cities, they shift the economy. Mexico going to the same place, them reinvesting and going to the same place and having the same people pay over and over. It isn't as impressive as if they fucking went all over the world like WWE's doing and drawing these huge fucking stadium 2-night events, shifting the economy. It actually isn't. NXT sells out every week, the same fucking small building. Oh, but it's just a few people, Brian. I bet AEW couldn't do it if they just stayed in Chicago every week forever in this little building. Bet they couldn't do 1,000 every time. So Dave it's always like comparing it to Wagyu beef. It's always comparing it to Taylor Swift. It's always comparing it to everything that isn't wrestling. And then when he does compare it, he goes CMLL, since they run the same building and own Arena Mexico. And also, like, it's not like Mexico. And again, shout out, I fucking hot lucha summer, baby. But it's not like Mexico is a place also where like MMA fighters go to create fake stats about themselves and shit. It's happened a bunch. People have been called out. It's not like anyone's ever, used Mexico as a fucking to do, like, it's not like they couldn't paper a house there, and who are we to know any better? And it's just you reporting on it because you're a mark for CMLL and no one else gives a fuck in America. Like, how is that not the case? They didn't even fill out the AEW CMLL show. And Dave, you're talking about sellout, like setup sellouts. But then for WWE, you go, oh, well, it's not actually sold out. But then CMLL, you're like, oh, they sell out every time. Full, packed to the rafters. But that's not the case either, and you know that. So it's just Dave, like, he doesn't study the business. He is not cultured. He doesn't study the world. He doesn't study Taylor Swift. He doesn't study Wagyu beef or Big Macs or anything he talks about. So Raj Geary says the Oscars also don't have people ruining it, talking about who should win the awards. Or running it, talking about who should win the awards. Well, they do, kind of, but I mean, whatever. The best who's ever done it. Again, we talked about earlier, the ego of these fucking dirt sheet writers. They're the biggest hacks. Nobody takes them fucking seriously. And it's just, they all, we're the best at what we do. We're the best in the world, Brian.
So in the
Meltzer said that recently. Fucking Sap said that to me on the phone. I'm the best in the world at what I do. Literally, that Dave Meltzer claims the same thing. Everyone, all of these writers just think they're the fucking shit. It's so gross. I love parodying it because some people don't get the bit, but at the end of the day, Phil don't miss. I'm the shit. $14.99 a month starting now. No, but for real. Yeah, just the seriousness of these folks when they're in like the most unserious part of entertainment, covering it.
So in the Andre documentary, and this wasn't on the documentary itself, but I remember being told that they interviewed Vince about, that whole story about, the night before this and all that, right? And Hogan had a story. And Vince
the night before this and all that, I have no idea what you're talking about.
The night before the WrestleMania match with Andre the Giant.
Okay.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan.
Jesus Christ. And so, yeah, Meltzer said what was quoting him, like, I'm the best, because we covered it on the member show. You guys got to be on the member show. But Dave was talking about, he's like, Brian, or if you saw the amount of work I put in on this stuff, you would know that I'm the best in the world at what I do. Literally on some shit like that. And then Meltzer broke it down. Meltzer said what, rather, broke it down. He pulled out the stopwatch and he's like, yo, he spent 30 minutes on Hogan and then like 38 minutes on Ospreay's injury and CMLL or whatever the fuck. Meanwhile, even Cornette, who roasts Hogan, roasted him for years, but he even did like a 2-hour tribute. There's so many good ones out there. Even like WrestlePod, who fucking hates Hogan. He's made like 4 documentaries. I hate Hulk Hogan. And then he even did one that was like, well, I hated him so much because I was such a Hulkster brother, and Dave Meltzer, the best in the world at what he does. Like Brian Alvarez. Let's listen to this one more time because Brian's like, what the fuck are you even talking about? Brian's like, I'm trying over here.
Brian. So in the Andre documentary, and this wasn't on the documentary itself, but I remember being told that they interviewed Vince about, that whole story about, the night before this and all that, right? And Hogan had a story. And Vince
the night before this and all that, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm the best. Bro, you suck at potting. You're not funny. you lie a bunch, and you fucking like are shitty on Twitter. So you're not even like a funny Twitter guy, and like are not even good at doing that because you just get owned all the time. So maybe that is good because you're just like a lol cow, and you're not like a good writer whatsoever. The motherfucker has the biggest run on sentences of anybody ever who's ever written a fucking anything since people were drawing on caves, stick figures on caves and shit. So like, what are you the best at, Dave? The this and the that before the this and the that, because it's just in his head. Like all this shit's in his head, and he has this bullshit argument that he can't properly explain because it's just something that he's stewing over, and so he skips over the details because he's running over it in his head, and he thinks everybody else is with him.
Oh, the night before this and all that, right? And Hogan had a story. And
the night before this and all that, I have no idea what you're talking about.
The night before the WrestleMania match with Andre the Giant.
Okay.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant. Silver.
And Brian's just like, who gives a fuck? Why are you still on about Hogan Andre? It was a work, bro. Like, we know. Why are you still on about that? Talk about All In, something that happened in the last decade. Tony worked those numbers. Talk about that. Everyone's retiring from fucking injury in AEW. Talk about that. Holy shit, man. This guy sucks. What a fucking hacky stinker. So WWE announcers are better. So actually, Dave Meltzer hits us with a smart moment of the week. And he puts over WWE's commentary and announcers and stuff. And it's just funny because he was just complaining about them not long ago. And then we roasted him for that. And we're like, no, dude, it's, you don't understand. Vince isn't screaming in Cole's ear, and Tessitore's calling it like he calls real sports. And he has one of those voices that he brings more of a realism to it and this and that. Now Dave's saying all of this like 2 weeks after the commentary's so bad and they just give away the finish and then now they're putting over the announcers in the commentary. Like, what changed all of a sudden? Now, at least he's being based here, but I actually don't give Dave points because I think he's just flip-flopping around. Because, listen, whenever there is something to put over in WWE, he's just like, oh, yeah, it was what it is. But whenever it's like Teton versus Messiahs, I mean, the way they got to this is the best wrestling in the world, Brian. But instead of like glaze the commentary with the same passion. See, that's just it, Dave. You're inauthentic. Like, I bury shit with the same passion. Doesn't matter what company it is. And I've put shit over with the same passion. Doesn't matter what company it is. Not to make it fucking over here. But that's what compelling people do that I listen to. Just like someone, if you guys listen to Eric Bischoff, he fucking has never not given AEW more or different energy than he's willing to give WWE or any other company or any other situation when he talks about other topics that aren't involved in wrestling or whatever the fuck, or when he reviews old NWO shit and stuff. It's just Bischoff say, you guys are just triggered by him being him. He kept the same energy with you guys. You just don't like that it's critical of your shit. That's all. So that's how all of us collectively can come together and go, you're being babies. Cornette doesn't go any more visceral on, if any wrestler, WWE or AEW, stuck fingers up a dude's ass and wrestled a blow-up doll and a little girl, he would have the same words for them forever. It wouldn't change. It's not just because it's Kenny and AEW. He was roasting Kenny way before AEW was a thing. So Dave Meltzer's incapable of doing that, and he doesn't that's why I don't give him points for this, because he was just trashing this shit that he's about to put over now all of a sudden. Or maybe, I was talking Raw that time and I'm talking SmackDown now, but you guys were talking WWE as a whole, and I know because I do this segment every fucking show. Okay, you talked about WWE's commentary, it's just their way and blah blah blah, and we went on this rant about. Well, I went on this rant, but I was with the PWT universe. They were backing me up, goddammit. And we were talking about how, hey, because I'm chopping it up with chat the whole time, right? And I'm like, hey, they're just not clicking with it. And Vince isn't yelling in fucking Cole's ear anymore. And he's greatly improved since then. I think this is an outdated. We just went over this and now they're flipping up their tune. Interesting.
Aldis announces the TLC match, but he doesn't say anything. He just says, there will be a TLC match. And then Joe Test just says, with all of them. So
No, he caught him.
He did. This Joe Test is
great.
He
Joe
is
Test
incredible.
And he instinctively knows what's going on as opposed to like being told ahead of time and then like having to figure out like.
Well, yeah, Vince were around yelling at this guy. Oh,
exactly.
He would not be Joe Test.
Carmelo Hayes does the Mystica. And
here's the fucking problem too. Oh yeah, like Dave's still trying to be like, oh yeah, Michael Cole can't just feel it and shit. He's still trying to like do these old criticisms of WWE that just don't stick. He's still talking about WrestleMania 3 and shit. No one fucking cares, bro. Move on. Like, we're about to figure out that you own some of AEW, bro. You better fucking
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Oh my god, dude. For real.
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
Wade Barrett calls it the Mystica. And I'm going like, oh yeah, Vince doesn't work here anymore.
No shit, it's been like years. I thought you study the business. Oh, he called it La Mystica. And I'm like, oh my God, Vince isn't here anymore. Wow, WWE's been really good lately. And Ospreay should work more of a WWE style, Brian. Wow, Dave. Holy shit. Way to come to your senses.
Because it's like, if Vince heard that, he'd blow a freaking gasket.
He'd blow a gasket, Brian. Like I'm doing right now. He'd blow a gasket.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Yeah, Vince isn't there, bro. We're all over Vince. No one cares. Okay? I just roasted his car accident that was nearly fatal for like 15 minutes, bro. No one gives a shit. He's not involved in wrestling anymore.
Mystica, and then
that makes the show better, calling it Mystica.
Go, well, that's the name of the move. And it's like,
wow, they said the name, and then he did a body slam, and he said body slam, and I was like, oh.
From who? Mystico. Who's that? Who's that?
Oh my God, someone get me the end of this clip. I heard Mystica, and immediately I went, well, who did the Mystica? It couldn't have been Mystico. I was watching Raw, Brian. Well, it couldn't have been Mystico. Mystico return. Sin Cara.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Oh my God, what a fucking mark, dude.
Fucking mark.
Who? I'm like, oh, who could it be? Who?
Joe Test.
Carmelo Hayes does the Mystica, and Wade Barrett calls it the Mystica. And I'm going like, oh yeah, Vince doesn't work here anymore. Because it's like,
oh yeah, I had to remember that after 4 years, and I study the business, and I'm the greatest in the world. And even though they've been calling a bunch of names and making puns about people's indie names, and they've been using real names of moves for a while now, because Vince has been gone for years, and now it's just dawned on me. I just racked my brain that there was more than meets the eye, Brian. Dave has fucking broke me, dude. What is going on, man?
If Vince heard that, he'd blow a freaking gasket. What's a Mystica? And then they would go, well, that's the name of the move. And it's like, from who? Mystico. Who's that? Who's that?
Aldis announces that
he's just imagining. It's like not a funny bit. Well, who's that? Is that Tony Khan? Are you trying to do Tony Khan, bro? Was that supposed to be Vince? Like, you're a hack, Dave.
Mystico.
Jesus Christ.
Who's that? Who's that?
That's a move from who? Mystico. No one backstage would go, yeah, Road Dogg's like, well, sir, it's Mystico. He'd be like, well, there's this Lucha Libre guy we fired, sir. Who's that? You're doing your fucking Tony Khan impression, dude.
Mystico. Who's that? Who's that?
Aldis announced.
What? Oh my God, dude.
Stupid idiot.
I don't even got anything else to say. That was just fucking hilarious and made my night, ladies and gentlemen. Truly, that was a spectacular Dave Meltzer dumb moment of the week.
This just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
Oh, man, I'm going to need that for the soundboard. Let me check in with chat here. John J. Don C. Bus 1 for 5 says, good night, Hulkamaniacs and jabroni marks without a life that don't know it's a work when you work a work and work yourself into a shoot, Marks brothers. Good night, dude. Take it easy. Thank you for being here and hanging out. and doing PWTing with us tonight, man. And I really appreciate your support, man. Get some rest. 626 for 2 says, imagine Brian combing Dave's Just for Men in. Yeah, he's got to keep the lice out of it. I don't know why that's a thing, but man, Dave, it's just that whole hoo. That's so funny. Like, who's he doing an impression? Who you doing an impression of, bro? Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 for 5 says, I believe the stadium for WrestleMania 3 is no longer there anymore. Yeah, it doesn't even exist. Doesn't even exist anymore, bro. He's still crying about it. And meanwhile, he doesn't talk about anything like from this decade. We're halfway through this decade, and he's not even, you know,
for dirt bags and lily pickers.
he won't even like entertain the idea that WWE, or pardon me, AEW, like stacked the house a little bit at All In, right? But he's still crying about Mania 3 to this day. He'll never give it up. Brian's got to sit there and be like, reel him in. Like, dude, why are you talking about Vince McMahon being there? He hasn't been forever. So he's just, he went full redact there, I think. Ladies and gentlemen, what an eclectic night. 4 hours almost on the fucking nose. Round of applause for the PWT universe. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you tune in Saturday and Sunday night, and make sure you tune in tomorrow at some point. I will try and record and get it released tomorrow. A preview for SummerSlam, and if not, it'll be out Friday morning. And I'll talk about some other shit too, so it's still a topical episode where you can skip through the SummerSlam talk if you're like, fuck it, I'll get to it the next week or whatever. But yeah, guys, thank you for being here, man. I enjoy doing this so goddamn much. Sicko Saturday, Sicko Sunday, actually Sunday school with we're going to church on Sunday for SummerSlam night 2. It will be spectacular. Thank you guys all for being here. Take good care of each other. Drink lots of water. Watch Unreal if you haven't. I need to check out. There's a few other flicks I got to check out, but I forget. Some things have come out. But yeah, guys, check me out at Phil Marks Out. Until next time, I'll see you in the upside down that we call the IWC. And it's Stranger Things, Stranger Times as we get into SummerSlam. I think actually we're kind of, well, as Hulk Hogan passed away, you know, things got hairy there. SummerSlam, hopefully they, you know, pay some homage to him again, brother. And yeah, you all take it easy. Be good to each other. And until next time, I'll see you in the upside down. I'll see you Saturday and Sunday. Peace.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes, I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
My security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. We call this problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
Okay, Mike.
We good.